if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and I see everybody in the chat tonight. So happy to see all of you. I see Jen. Good to see you, Jen. Let's see, I wrote a lot of you guys down, but I didn't get Jen, so I'm glad I saw you, Jen. And then I see Holly S. Thank you so much for the super sticker. I will pop that up. They changed it back here. Oh, thank you, Captain Jules. I'm so glad that you're here, and thank you so much for becoming a member. That is so sweet. Thank you guys so much. They changed this back end somehow on me, and I am stumbling through it. So I hope I got everybody's comments kind of highlighted on there. Let's see. Oh, it might help if I turn on my mic tonight. That would probably help a lot. Oh, there we go. That's much better. I was wondering why it was so low. All right, let's see if I can get myself back to the comments here. Hey, Panda Bear's mom, good to see you. I have Cinderella, Gypsy, good to see you. And then I saw Rogue, good to see you, Rogue. Napa Noach Father is in the house. We have Lori, Connie S, Gypsy Doll, Denise Harris. I see Marina Girl, Eric with an H, Brenda Austin. Good to see you, Brenda Austin. And then I saw Canine Captain Jules in there. Wait, what? I saw Mama and then Baba Rose, Sasha. Good to see all of you guys. Good to see all of you guys. And welcome into everyone coming in. Hey, Crafting in True Crime. Good to see you. And I see Canadian True Crime. Oh, it's so nice to see all of you guys. Oh, you have surgery tomorrow, Panda Bear's mom. We'll be praying for you. I hope it goes really well for you. Oh my goodness. That is not fun, I bet, and I would be scared, really, um, to have a surgery. I've never had a major surgery before. Hey, show poodles, good to see you. And Canine Captain Joel says, I've searched all over and I have not seen one interview from any LE/federal agency where they say he was barefoot. It was all based on statements they were given from the family. I believe that too. I honestly think that that is the truth there, because that was Craddock. That was on February 27th, 2024 that he said that. So he, 2 days in, well, then the very next day after Sebastian was reported missing, he says this, I'm not going to say he's barefoot. And he looked in the camera and shook his head no. He definitely said that. So yeah, Canine Captain Jules, I agree. Hey, Donna, good to see you. Hey, Vanilla, good to see you. I think I got an email from you. I saw it pop in. So I've been working on this other video. Hey, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, good to see you. And I'm not finished with it yet. It's like, you go down a rabbit hole, and I want to make sure that I have it all in really good order and I don't kind of miss anything. So I'm trying to do that right now, just in the editing process. But I saw, I've been kind of following what Mob Crew's been putting out. And I enjoy his content. And so I've just been kind of like, going and popping in, watching the replays and stuff like that. And I noticed that he was talking about school buses. And then I was having a conversation about the school district, because I think it's a pretty good school district from what I've heard. And so, and it's a nicer neighborhood. We kind of already know that just by looking at the neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood. Now, this still shot was taken on February 26th, 2024, 6:20 in the morning. About 6:22 a.m., the bus picks up, but for the high schoolers. But then Sebastian rides a different bus that comes in a little after 7. So I decided to go over to Sumner County Schools and check out their website, right? Because they have sumnercountyschools.org. And, this is all public information. There's a lot of different phone numbers and resources and things like that for parents on here. Special education menu, they have all different things. I mean, suspected disability, available services, developmental pre-K. So, and the resources are actually really, really great. And I even looked a little bit into, and that's what kind of took me a little bit longer, but I was looking into Clarksville schools as well, right? Because that's where Sebastian was waitlisted and waiting to go. Sorry about that. I think it was a little bit loud. I apologize, guys. So I just wanted to kind of deep dive into all of this, because um, it makes no sense. We have Katie, the buses are coming through. She doesn't flag the bus down. Now, I understand that that was the bus for the high schoolers, just regular students, right? And then there was a separate bus. However, wouldn't you think that she would have flagged the bus driver down and alerted him to Sebastian being missing and possibly walking down the road to the school, if she really thought that that was the case, right? Because in the Dateline interview, Katie is talking about how she drives up to the school. But as I was watching, and Chris from the Mob Crew seems to have neighbors that are willing to discuss this case with him. So I'm grateful for that and for him sharing that with us. And it's been stated that the school is very busy. Now, any of us that are parents out there and who have ever had to wait, to drop off or pick up, that it's pretty chaotic. The school is really busy, right? You got the bus people, you got the walk people, you got the, all these children who are, some of them get a ride home, they get picked up and things like that. So it's very, very busy. And for Katie to make it down there quickly and then get into the parking lot and, go through all the traffic and everything of the drop off for the morning classes, it's it's a little bit unbelievable. And I think a lot of the aspects of this case have been that way. We're trying to search for answers, and it's really difficult to get a straight answer. So, and Canine Captain Joel says, you know how if you walk over the same muddy path back and forth, it makes your route more prominent. It's the same way in regards to a scent for canine. You made it more prominent and more obvious. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for saying that too, Canine Captain Jules, because I find that to be really interesting, and I like to explore more about it, especially because in this case, that's a good way to, it's a good analogy for me to use, is just like muddy, right? It's like they're muddying the waters. But you're saying, with the muddy path, going back and forth, it's going to make that route more prominent. So I appreciate your comment. And I think a lot of this is super obvious to a lot of us as well. Um, and we see Katie out and about in the neighborhood, and she just fails to kind of talk with people. But she does mention, for the first time that I've ever heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard Katie come out and say, look, I was driving around the neighborhood and I saw a woman walking her dog. And now I'm not saying that she never asked this woman, I'm not calling Katie a liar, but I'm saying it's the first time that we've ever heard her flag someone down in the neighborhood, other than kind of her immediate neighbors around the house, to say, hey, look, Sebastian's missing. But then she throws that into the interview, and it just kind of made me wonder, what the heck is going on here? Was she, frantically looking around, or was she just kind of doing it for a show? And I wanted to know what you all thought about it. And then I know a lot of local people will watch us YouTubers, and so I thought maybe people could help us out too. If you all have children that go to the school and you're familiar, you can kind of let us know what you think, or how it is perceived for you. But nevertheless, I do feel like if it was me and I was trying to look all over the neighborhood, I would definitely flag down a bus driver and let them know that I have a child that's possibly somewhere missing, or excuse me, somewhere possibly walking down the road, right, to look out for them. And they have radios and things on the buses that they can contact and alert the school, the other buses, things like that, right? Just in case somebody would see him walking down the road. It's been said that Sebastian had a recent medication change up. I don't know how true that is, but let's just say for a minute that was part of it. And, maybe he was walking down the road because there was something that the medication was causing, like maybe a dysphoria or something like that, just kind of shooting to see what'll stick, right? But in the same way, it just kind of makes you wonder, if she did drive up to the school, why did she think that he wandered up to the school? Because she said, Sebastian's not a runner. He has never run away before. So what made her think that he would have an urge to walk to school when he knows that he takes the bus every single day, right? And especially with no shoes on. And especially if they are telling people that Sebastian left, sometime in the middle of the night, he wouldn't have, unless he was sitting outside the school waiting for the doors to open all night long, why would he have gone to the school? So just a lot of questions that surround it. Cinderella, sorry guys, I'm trying to read back here. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so glad you're doing well then, Denise. Hey, Jude, good to see you. Just me, good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Sorry, I'm just kind of going through these comments. I get a little bit behind, so I try to stick to kind of what we're doing. Oh, it is? Okay, thank you, Canine Captain Jules. I'm sorry, I missed I missed that. Hold on, let me go back up and see. I'm sorry, this throws me off so bad when they change things. I can't even tell you. I'm back here like, where is everything and why is it not working like it used to? Um, okay, I think I found it. Okay, I think I found it. I firmly believe Canine Max was right. I believe that someone allegedly walked Sebastian out towards the retention pond where he got in a car. This is why the scent was lost. Oh, I see, 1 of 3. Thank you. Oh gosh, you're so good because you. And then that individual walked back the exact same path, thinking it would throw off the canine. Ah, gotcha. And create a narrative of thinking it was a one-way track. However, all it did was solidify the exit route. And you know how if you walk over the same muddy path back and forth, it makes your route more prominent. It is the same way in regards to a scent for a canine. You just made it more apparent and more obvious. Wow, that is so interesting. Thank you so much. And I'm glad I didn't lose that. That is really important. And really makes a lot of sense. And most of the stuff doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So it's nice to have a piece of information make sense. So yeah, so Canine Max's scent trail, but then they lost it near the retention pond, right? Because that was something that we heard over and over, and we heard that with law enforcement too. Okay, but then the other individual walked back over it thinking it would erase the scent, but it didn't, right? Because it's more prominent because they already walked back that way, or they already walked there, and now walking back, it's going to be more prominent. Wow, that's really important information and super useful. Thank you so much. Um, let's see here. Yeah, and I'm so glad to have all of you guys in here because this is helping out tremendously, trying to kind of untangle all of this because, again, I feel like it's like one of the, like a big ball of yarn that's really gotten tangled up and we're all just trying to pull out and get it all back to normal again, figure it out. And Kenan Captain Jules says she probably knew the bus wasn't his. However, if my kid was missing, I would be flagging down every single person, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Like, or hey, did you see anybody, that matches, this description? Did you see my son? He's, blondish brown hair, glasses. Did you see him walking down the road? Something like that. Yeah, because they have all the tools. They can, they can kind of CB over or hey, Carla, good to see you. And Vanilla says, Denise Harris, wow, so glad it's working for you. Ah, that's so sweet. Thank you for your prayers, Vanilla. That's really nice of you. And Cinderella says, I would be frantic and screaming his name. I don't care what time. True, Cinderella, me too. Hey, AMC. Yeah, and it's just one of those things where you think you would be flagging everybody, but her windows are rolled up, so that's really difficult, right? To kind of communicate out the window if your window's rolled up. And Canine Captain Jules says, I don't know where there is a rumor Canine Max arrived in a SUV. He started at the house, and a tracking canine starts at the last known location, not a random spot. Right, exactly, right, because you want them to follow the scent from that location. That makes a lot of sense. Well, and some of those rumors don't make a darn bit of sense. It's like how would that be possible? Um, I don't know, Jen, if there were any fertilizer tanks around. I'm not sure. Um, because I know they have that big what would it be called? I'm so bad with saying these kinds of things. The drain pipe, the path that the drain pipe goes to. And it's still, I don't even know if I said that right. And Katie was never, yeah, Carla's right. Carla, you're right. Katie never even mentioned she saw a bus. Yeah. And she would have been out there right in that, in that time frame. And maybe, just playing devil's advocate, maybe she didn't see the bus, but it's kind of hard to miss a big bus in a small neighborhood, right? So that's a little difficult, but I don't think I don't know much about Green Hoodie, Sasha. I really don't. I really don't know much about Green Hoodie at all. Um, yeah, I think a lot of people know that, Denise. I think a lot of people know they're liars. I think even people that are close to them are, suspicious. But, um, uh, yeah, congrats on AMC. I'm sorry, I didn't even see that till just now. My goodness, I'm all over the place tonight. Oh goodness. I have my brain halfway in the video that I'm making and then halfway on this, but okay, great. Well, congratulations, AMC. That's great. Um, thank you. Hey, Jude. Oh, ammonia tanks. Okay, so I saw something about that. Was it on BHB? I didn't watch though because I was watching Mob Crew because I had watched about the bus before and I wanted to watch about the bus again. So and then, hey, Jersey lady, good to see you. I checked out the ag department at Beach High School and I see why Sebastian would like it. Yeah, they do small animals, large animals, plant science, and AG shop with engines, welding, and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you, Jersey lady. I noticed that too. And it seems like they have a wonderful program. It seems as if that area is very well versed and focused on uh, individuals with special needs, and I really think that that is so important, right? It's super important. So thank you so much, and I definitely could see and see that's one thing I was thinking, Jersey lady, when I did see uh, all of the animals and things that they would have to work with. I thought, that's exactly why he was so excited to get started, and I do. I think that he would have flourished in that class. I think he would have loved it. Um, so I was thinking that possibly he could have went up to the school, like if he was already working with certain animals, and say there was, like, because I know he loves cats, obviously, but like say he got partial to like a bunny rabbit or something like that, and there was like a bunny up there that he really liked, like maybe he wanted to go in there and see his bunny rabbit or something. I think they have a pig in there. They have all kinds of animals. This is really neat. It's a really cool program. I'm glad they have that. Yeah, Canine Captain Jules, it's really cool. It's like they have a whole workshop. And then if the kids are into like they have vocational classes, so like if they're very much into hairstylist or becoming a hairstylist, like they have all of the whole setup there so they can familiarize themselves with it. It's really awesome. um Thank you, Denise. Love you too. You guys are so sweet. Yeah, if you're blue, then you're a mod. Yeah, if you're blue you get, and then I think if you remember it's green, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Eric with an H. Aw, you guys are so sweet. Oh, they have a video telling all about it. That's cool, Lady Jersey. I did not see that. Or Jersey Lady, sorry. Yeah, I didn't see that. I was just looking up. I kind of was interested to know kind of what programs they had or what kind of resources did Sebastian have at school. Because it seems like they had some really great um oh, AMC, that's so awesome. I'm so glad to have you. That's so wonderful. Um aw. And I just kind of wanted to get a better idea because it seems like he was well taken care of at school, but then at home he was struggling, and so um, I was just interested to know kind of what kind of, because I knew about the ag program, but I need to look at that video. But I also wanted to know kind of what services were offered for special needs kids, because I know that there was some confusion about which bus, the 7 o'clock bus that he would have rode to the school, right? 7 a.m. or a little bit around there, just about 7. Uh, and Sasha says it begs the question also, why did she think he was at the construction site area? She drove there first. Odd. Yeah, I mean, she drove around. There's a really great timeline. Hey, Prickly Pear. Oh, Prickly Pear says, I'm a retired teacher in Tennessee. Most agriculture programs in Tennessee have animal and plant programs, including showing the animals at competitions. Wow, that's really cool. I didn't realize that. That's neat. And especially when, if they're interested in something like that, that's a really good way to kind of let them do some hands-on learning. So I think that is so neat, Prickly Pear. Thank you for letting us know about that. Could have been Sasha, yeah. So maybe she's creating sense for dogs to follow decoys. That's very possible. Very, very possible. Hey, Michelle Scott, good to see you. Canine Captain Jules. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Well, for a fake, you're pretty knowledgeable. You're very knowledgeable. Hey, Cece. I think it's so interesting. I think that part of because dogs are so smart and they just want to do kind of the work for you, right? They want to please you, and they're just awesome. I love dogs, and I liked watching your video. I think it had to have been Gator. It's been so long since I saw it because it was one of your first ones that I saw. Um, but you were using the little scent. They looked like packs, or something like that, and not packets, guys, just the packs, right? And there was scents on them, and you hid one, and he found it, and it was so cool. Like I thought that was the neatest thing. I also watched. Rookie year in New Mexico State Prison, I believe it was, but it was in New Mexico. And there was this really teeny tiny little girl, and they didn't know where to put her really, because it's like a super dangerous prison, right? And so, but she did really well with the dogs and like the mail and stuff like that coming into the facility. And I thought that was so interesting too. Um, and Carla says, my theory is it was planned for several weeks before, and it was planned to be on Katie and Seth's anniversary. In my opinion, Katie was sending Seth a message. I made your son disappear. You may be next. Oh my goodness, Carla. Yeah, the timing was definitely coincidental, in my opinion, and maybe too coincidental. So I appreciate your comment, and I can definitely see where you would come to that conclusion. Um, yeah, because that timing is weird, isn't it? It's like, how can you really? I don't know. It's just so hard to deny something like that. It's weird, Um, and it seemed like everything was happening, boom, 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 one thing after another. Faith coming home for Christmas, Sebastian going to his dad's. They didn't see each other that time, allegedly, according to what we've been told. Um, just all of it is so weird. Didn't have long till he was going to go live with his dad. I don't know what those tall tanks are, Jen. Love AI. I need to become more familiar with it. Hey, Miss Pris. I need to be more familiar with AI, because they do a lot of good. There's a lot of stuff like I'm not familiar with Grok or Grook, but I've heard a lot of good stuff. And Holly S says, Sasha, good point. Could have been Sasha. He really very well could have been. Really could have been. Yeah, I could see a motive for each of them too. Um, you know, it just doesn't seem like they were very into taking care of Sebastian the way that he needed to be taken care of. And Canine Captain Jules says, Sasha Johnson, people try to fool detection canines all the time. It's nuts. And they're hard to fool. I mean, my goodness. Yeah, so I did see the lip reading, Sasha. I did. We talked a little bit about it last night. You can't trick a canine. I believe that. Hey, Dixie Parsons, good to see you. Um, so we talked a little bit about it last night. It's really, really hard. And somebody said, and my apologies for forgetting who said it, but they're about 40% accurate, right? Or they can get about 40% of the conversation. But then to me, that's kind of a low statistic in terms of figuring out kind of what was being said. It's difficult. And the camera angle being as it was, right? It's kind of probably up high and looking down on the table in the restaurant. Um, it's very difficult to determine what was said, but I did watch some of it and it's interesting. I just don't know about the accuracy of a lip reader. But also it's very difficult too because, we don't see what Katie's saying. And I think that would make it a lot easier to decipher what Sebastian was saying, right? Because we only have one part of the conversation. So I think it was too difficult to determine, although I, applaud anyone trying to help figure out what happened to Sebastian and kind of what happened at the Roadhouse, because that was the last time we know that he was out in public. Hey, Megan Els, good to see you. Oh, okay. Oh, gosh. Holly S. Silos. Thank you, Hope Floats. Good to see you, Hope Floats. Yeah, the silos. And I know there was a lot of talk about the silos too. But I don't know. I don't know about them. I really don't know what to think of those, honestly. Thank you. Wait, what? Yes, please use allegedly, in my opinion, guys. It's just YouTube's little rules and stuff. Prickly Pear says, Jersey Lady, most high schools in Tennessee will have the similar programs, animal husbandry, plant sciences, competitions showing animals and plant production, and then Clarksville has similar programs, I'm sure. Yeah, they do. They do. They all have a really good program in terms of helping parents navigate through what their children's needs are going to be. I really saw value in both programs, Prickly Pear, and they both seem to really understand, the needs. Like, I'll give you guys an example here. So, and if I click on, available services, and now I don't want anybody calling. I mean, you can all look this up yourselves, but, don't call them or anything. Please, or not on account of me, at least. But it says the department practices responsible inclusion. Sorry. The department practices responsible inclusion supports and services in order to ensure all students with disabilities can have their educational needs met in the least restrictive environment. So special education services and related services are provided to students with disabilities throughout consultation, inclusion, intervention, resource, comprehensive development class. So that's the CDC. And therapeutic behavior support classrooms. So that's fantastic. This continuum of services is available for each student based on the IEP team decision and provide the services that allow for a free and appropriate public education, right? So that's wonderful. So the IEP classes, we know that Sebastian did, was involved in that, right? And this is kind of what led me here is when I started looking up transportation. Once you qualify for transportation, That's when, you have your IEP and your, they're basically trying to find out what you need and, get you the available resources. And so, what was that other? Okay, here it is. So now there's all these different people involved, right? So you got director of pupil services, you got department head secretary, special education supervisor, there's a speech and language supervisor, special education supervisors, right? And there's several of those. It looks like one, two, three, four, five of those available for the school, right? They're all different people. Then we have a special education PK supervisor, right? So that's pre-kindergarten, voluntary pre-K coordinator. Um, I mean, they do a preschool assessment, right? So if you're in the school district that early on, you can have that done. They have supervisor support, school psychologist, right? They have social workers at the school. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven supervisors listed, excuse me, seven school social workers listed here. We have the autism consulting teacher, a couple of more school psychologists, occupational therapist, behavioral counseling teacher. I mean, another occupational therapist. I mean, there's a lot of resources, guys. And just like, I don't want you calling, but you know what I mean? Like, this is all that it entails, like this whole list. So, I mean, it's a lot of resources, right? Lots of school psychologists, occupational therapists, CDC consulting teacher, a rating consulting teacher. I mean, so it just kind of makes me wonder, did Sebastian go to any of these people for services? Which of course he did. But in terms of like social workers and things like that, was he going to these people and telling them things, or was he able to meet with any of them about what was going on at the house? Sam R says there's a big water tanks near the socks. Yeah, Sam R, thank you. Thanks for being here. I noticed that too. Oh, that's a good question. Cece says, Captain Jules, could a cadaver dog hit on a body that has been put in acid? Just had to ask. Oh. Yes, AMC, I agree. Those poor little girls. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And Nico too. Prickly Pear says AG programs in Tennessee are quite good, but education in general here, not so much. Oh, thank you, Prickly Pear, for letting us know that. Yeah, I thought, wow, I said, well, gee whiz, there was a lot of resources, right? And I'm surprised I never never looked at that before till Chris was talking about the school bus. And then, like I said, I was having kind of a conversation about like property values and things. And I'm thinking, okay, well, it's a nice area, but some of those houses don't seem like they would be that expensive. And then I was like, well, the schools are really great, right? And then, kind of led me down that rabbit hole a little bit. Um, And Halia says, in my opinion, literally all locals know. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. That's my opinion. I think the locals are definitely kind of hip to what's going on. And you're probably going to have some, um, that aren't, but I think the majority are. Hey, Crochet, good to see you. The Jersey lady says, yes, our local high school has such a program too. I heard a certain type of ammonia that was used in another case that looked for this woman for 4 years and found her in a husband fertilizer truck. Oh, wow. Because it would break things down, huh, Jen? Wow, that's interesting. Poor lady. My goodness. Are you sleepy? Hope floats. Ah, leaning it more towards sodium chloride. Oh, hey, Trooper's mom. Okay, and Rogue says we need some dragon t-shirts. Summer is almost here. We need to get the 10K. Please, everybody hit the thumbs up. Thank you, Rogue. Thanks so much, Rogue. Yeah, I know. I need to do some merch. I've been thinking about that, guys. I need to really step up my game here. Yeah, Carla, I'm working on something. I think you guys are gonna I think it'll kind of help put some things in perspective. I really hope so anyway. That's my goal. Fed Up Buttercup, good to see you. Yeah, I am early tonight. Yes. I've been trying to get earlier and earlier for you guys. I feel so bad. Well, like I was gonna go on at 10:30 and then I'm scrambling around. I'm still reading stuff online. I'm like, I better, you know. But yes, I've been trying to do earlier. And like I said, maybe even some daytime shows. Yeah, Rogue, it makes me wonder too. It just, well, because they said that Sebastian liked to keep to himself, but then they also would say things like all he wanted for Christmas was friends and that he wants friends. And so it's just very difficult to understand, that because it just seems, I mean, somebody's lying. One statement isn't true, obviously. I can't say to you, my favorite color is blue, and then the next sentence say, well, my favorite color is red, and then you guys are going to say, well, which one is it? You know what I'm saying? And I'd expect that, but um, I heard yesterday that Sebastian's mother did not want Sebastian doing anything but staying away from the public eye. Why? And I think a lot of it had to do with the bruising and things like that. Because even when Bobby the neighbor was like, it's very weird that you'll, go past Sebastian's house and he doesn't have any toys out and stuff. And I thought to myself, well, in this case, I can see where Bobby's coming from. But then I also thought to myself, well, some people are more tidy about their outdoor area than other people, right? Some people, you could tell they have kids, right? There's all kinds of gadgets outside and, dollhouse, or not, maybe not a dollhouse, but God, it's been so long since I've had a little one, but like, the little plastic houses and things like that, or you might see like the big wheels outside or something like that. But some people, make it a point to put all of their stuff away every night. So the kids are out playing all the time. But then again, when they're done playing, it goes in the garage. So I just thought that, Sebastian's bike and whatnot was all in the garage. But then when we hear Bobby, the neighbor, saying she didn't really see them out and about, it just makes me wonder. And it also makes me wonder if maybe when they moved into this house, there was a shift somehow, because we don't really hear anything from their neighbors when they were living in the house before they lived on Stafford Court. I haven't heard anything from those neighbors, and I don't know if anybody has talked to them or anything like that. So it just really makes me wonder, is that something that when they change, because a lot of us that have been in abusive situations, it kind of goes like that, right? Like it could be really great in the beginning, and then gradually it just starts deteriorating until it's just so unrecognizably toxic, right? Where Sebastian's not going outside anymore and he's not playing, and they're not allowing him out because he does have, outward signs of, being abused, and things of that nature. So I know that's a great question, Rogue. Thank you. AMC says, always leave my DNA so I don't go missing. Thanks, AMC. Yeah, we don't want anybody going missing. Oh my goodness. Um, yeah. Yeah. Denise, I just think it's sad that they didn't show up to get the honorary award. That still really bugs me. It's really a sad part in my opinion. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me either, Miss Priss. Like her actions, no, no, none of it makes sense. It just doesn't add up. It's like, again, just the little thing we would expect to see her window roll down or both of them. You know what I mean? So she could holler out either one of them, and we don't see that. So many inconsistencies in statements. I agree, Miss Priss. And Holly S says, he's been so great with that. Someone even probably recruited him. Holly S. Ammonia is primary in agriculture. It's fertilizer. Yeah. Oh my goodness. See, you guys might have to teach me a little thing about that because I don't know a whole lot about it. I will be honest with you. It is so heartbreaking. Oh, they were, Denise. That's so great. All three of your kiddos were involved in ag. I think it's a great program, I really do. I really do. And, I think it probably helped Sebastian a little bit because I was surprised, like, whenever they were talking about ag, because, we know that he doesn't like bugs, and things like that. So I bet you that kind of helped him to get over that just a little bit, just knowing that there are different bugs and the way that, um, every organism on the planet kind of plays a bigger role in the ecosystem, and things like that are really fun to learn. And so I bet you that was helping him a little bit with that. Hey, Hindsight, good to see you. Blessed Monday. Blessed Monday to you too. And AMC says, did anyone find out about a bag of clothes were found in a landfill, or was it the creator spreading a rumor? You know, somebody I did hear about a bag showing up, but I don't know enough about it. I do also remember there were rumors, speculation. I don't, again, I don't really have proof of it, or like I don't have a picture of Katie doing it, but I heard she was donating some of Sebastian's belongings. And then I saw a comment earlier that made me think. I mean, I paused and I'm like, because, well, basically somebody was saying, well, maybe that's the reason why they didn't allow anybody in the house for America's Most Wanted, is because they don't have, Sebastian's room isn't the way it was when he left. And of course, I'm sitting there like, yeah, because if that's the case, I mean, that's just, that to me isn't normal. Again, what Miss Pris said, again, it's like, it goes against what we've seen in, historically, I guess. You know what I mean? Now, everybody deals with things differently. And Chris also told Katie back in May of last year that she needs to put her big girl panties on and move on. So he might have been, and we know he likes to throw things out of Sebastian's. So that's a great point, AMC. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know. And I think that law enforcement, even if they did, well, I'll just say too, especially if they did find something like that, I don't think they would tell us heads or tails of it. I really don't. They've kept us pretty far in the dark, and that's why I can't help but get a little bit frustrated when Eric Craddock says, but go with what we tell you. But I'm like, you don't tell us enough. But I understand, it's like, it's so hard, I mean, because like I told you guys, I get frustrated too with little things, but I understand where he's coming from. He's like, just go based on what we've told you, instead of like speculation, rumors, and things can be. So I appreciate your question too. But again, then I think back, well, you haven't told us enough. I have a lot of questions, but again, there could be things that, they know, but we can't know because they want to preserve the investigation. A trial later on too is really the important thing as well, because they don't want to mess anything up with that. And we see how they try to find loopholes and play the victim when we know the whole time they haven't been, and things like that. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says Sumner County has great funding, and Beach is the second top school in Sumner County. if I remember correctly. I have nieces and nephews who attend Sumner. Cool, perfectly imperfect boy mom. Thanks for letting us know. Cause yeah, that's it. It looks like a nice area. Then I thought about the schools. Beach looks like a very, very nice school from what I've ever saw of the vigils. And then whenever they had the reunion thing, I saw footage from that. Um, See, that's so cool, Holly S. Your daughter does cosmetology in high school. That is so neat. I think that like that is really important to give kids the options of, something that they might want to be doing because they're going to be more apt to be interested. It is so sad, Cinderella. It is. Thanks, Rogue, for being so welcoming. Thank you all so much. Oh, thank you. Hey, Jude. Yes, go check out Hindsight's channel, guys. She is so good. Fed Up Buttercup says, Holly, they have it in high school. Great. Yeah, they have a whole program like that at Beach too, right? So like, like the little wash tubs and things that they have like the products, they have the nail stuff. They had a really nice setup. It looked like some of the places, like I had a friend that was in cosmetology school, and I would go over there and, and they would do services and stuff like that for like, half of what you could get it for, even cheaper. Right. And she needed like a certain amount of things done. And so I'd go over there because I had a certain amount of things that I needed done too. And it was really nice. But I mean, as nice as that one was, for the money that she was paying for tuition, if they offered that at Beach and they could get even a head start, I don't know how many credits transfer over or what, but it's just becoming the knowledge of, becoming familiar with it. And either way, it'd be a great head start. So I think that it looks like a great program. Same thing with the ag program, and just the school itself looked like a very nice school. Yeah, see, Cinderella says AMC. Yes, another creator did say that she has a great reputation. I don't believe it's a lie. And see, I don't even know where it originated from. So, but I also think that it's very possible, right? Because I mean, they were donating clothes, they were getting rid of things, and then of course, like historically, FBI. They will look through the trash and find things later on after the fact, because people will hold on to things, and then once the coast is clear, what they think is clear, they'll start pitching stuff, and then the FBI is like, oh, okay, because I've saw them go after old receipts. I mean, they love to go through people's trash. The FBI does. So I hope the TBI shares the same sentiment. Hey, Trishy, good to see you. Thanks, AMC. Oh, cool. Denise says we homeschooled, did birds, gerbils, dogs, cats, and chickens. Oh, I love chickens. I love watching chickens. They are so hilarious. Thanks, Hindsight. If you have a rooster and all the chickens and he keeps them in check, I mean, I could watch that for like days. It's so hilarious. The little hens getting out of place and the rooster pecks them back. And Holly S says, in my opinion, he just wanted to enjoy his life. He was harassed by them. Yeah, I agree. It's Sebastian's demeanor, in my opinion, seemed very easygoing and kind of, but then I also see this element of them liking to pick at him. And I don't like it. And I think that was one thing that was happening, way too often. And, with the Foot Clan, just picking on him, I mean, we heard how his alleged coworker, Terry Bowersox's alleged coworker, said that he would talk about, all of his family members. I mean, even his wife. So, and Fed Up Buttercup says, that's so wonderful. Never heard of his teaching yet. And wow, I've been curious if high school. teaches home economics, still cooking, sewing. I don't know, Fed Up Buttercup. They should, because those are just life skills that you're going to need to do, whether you're with someone or not. So you just might cook in a smaller portion, but so I think they should definitely, and everybody should know how to sew. And wait, what says, why couldn't KK mention anything about Sebastian's school and his achievements because she didn't care, in my humble, or in my honest opinion, allegedly. Yeah, wait, what? I agree. It's like actions speak louder than words, and I mean, I don't know. You just couldn't keep me from one of my daughter's accomplishments or achievements, like you said. She did not mention it, because even when she did talk about the ag program and how much Sebastian was enjoying it and looking forward to it, she never mentioned the honorary award. Even on Queen Bee, and that was back in May. Even when she did the Dateline interview, she mentioned, and she used Sebastian in past tense, and she mentioned that he was really excited because all he wanted was to, you know, work with the animals. But she used it, she talked about him in past tense, and um never mentioned that he got an honorary award, never seemed proud. So I have to agree with you as well, in my opinion. It's just, in that case, the words are speaking for themselves too, but just the actions of her not being there is the reason why now she's not wanting to talk about it all of a sudden, because of course she's not going to want to talk about it because she wasn't there to receive the award, and maybe she didn't know it was going to happen that day. But still, that doesn't matter. They were too busy, at the Harley shop, or, whatever, Honda dealer, or whoever they like to ride. And Carla says, Me Too Cinderella is it the devil they have taken in their hearts. So basically, they have no heart. They are evil through and through, and one day they go before God. Yeah, and that's the thing, Carla. And Cinderella. I think that's kind of where we're at with keeping the faith, and just knowing that everything's going to happen in God's time. Even though it's hard and frustrating, especially for Seth, and but I agree. I mean, there's just too many things, like I said, there's just too many things, that just kind of points to, not normal behavior by a mother of a missing child, not normal behavior of a stepfather, step parent, um, and just a lot of hatred. And I've never seen, and another thing, I don't know exactly, and I'm trying to work on that too, what happened and why there was no Dateline episode, but they only did an article. To me, that's very odd as well. Very odd. And Canine Captain Jewel says microscopic residuals will always exist. Not all acids will break down all parts of a human body. A cadaver canine doesn't need a lot of work with. Oh, doesn't need a lot to work with. Excuse me. There was a canine who would. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I remember that, Jules. Okay. Yeah, there was a canine who went to the wood chipper, and a victim in Connecticut who found the woman based on a fingernail. I remember that, Canine Captain Jules, now that you said that, because wasn't it the husband that did that to his wife in the wood chipper? Oh my goodness. Wow. And see, we've kind of talked about this a little bit. Again, it's very difficult to get rid of someone, right? It's very difficult, like, in terms of, even if people say, well, I think somebody, you know, started a fire and that's how the individual met their demise, right? it's not that easy. It's just not that easy. There's always going to be remains. We do not poof disappear. We remain. We remain. So thank you so much, Captain Jules, for putting that into perspective, because wow. Wow. They don't need a lot to work with, she says. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Moms says Tennessee is big on keeping Tennessee is big on trying to keep high functioning children in regular classes with special accommodations. I volunteer with a nonprofit who advocates for special needs in school. That's amazing, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, because I was looking and thinking about that as well. And, I think with a better environment, I think that would have been exactly where Sebastian would have been, or even, at an exceptional level where he was taking more advanced courses and really, kind of going full steam ahead. But since there was so much stress and so much turmoil in his home environment, that I think that it was harder for him to be able to cope with that because of his chromosome deletion and on top of the autism, right? It was just, you know, because even for someone who doesn't have those sets of issues, that kind of trauma and that kind of abusive environment, that toxicity can really affect that person's mental health. So even if you took someone who was quote unquote normal, because who's normal, what is normal, right? But if you took somebody that we would call a well-adjusted person per se, right, and we put them in an environment even for a year where what we have seen from the feet and what they've admitted to, and then what Seth has told us about what was in the records, what Sebastian endured. If say you put a well-adjusted human being in that situation, that toxic environment for even a year, I'm going to bet that they'll probably come out the other side with some sort of PTSD, some sort of psychological issues. Not saying that they're always going to have that. It's more or less the longer you're, in the environment or the severity of the abuse. But again, it's all perceived, right? Because I could be in the same situation as you again, and somebody could do the exact same thing to me as they did to you, and we're going to both have the same situation happen to us, but we're going to have different experiences with it, right? Different coping skills, different everything, even if it's the exact same situation. So I just feel like Sebastian was dealing with far, far too much, and I think he would have done so much better if he would have had a more nurturing, loving environment where he could have focused on, who he could have been a kid and focused on himself and what he needed to be doing in his future and things like that. He would have done fantastically. But since he didn't have that, he was regressing and struggling. Canine Captain Jules says, Cece, that's the best answer I can give you. I don't have a lot of experience with cadavers, canines, and acids. Thank God for that. Thank God for that, Canine Captain Jules. My goodness. It's a shame that we have to have these conversations, It really isn't something we commonly come across. Again, thank God for that. But AKC probably has good reads on. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I think that is an awesome subject to deep dive into, especially with all of the cases in true crime and all of the creative ways that people will try to, take care of someone else. And it's like, sorry, it's not that easy. It's just not that easy. And Michelle Scott says Jules, Gator, and Ara would make a great Marvel show. Just fits. How cute. That would be so cute. It's considering how confident and free CP acts. Gypsy Doll says it's concerning how confident and free CP acts. I agree. Well, and it's concerning that anybody would give him a platform to strut his stuff on, respectfully. But sorry, not sorry, and just saying, and allegedly, in my opinion, and all the snark, because it's just sad that, and it's sad that people would want to watch that, but I'm guilty of it too because I want to know what he's going to say, and I want to know if there's anything that he might slip up on or might slip out or something like that. So um yeah, the only, I guess, Holly, the only ones that the only one that we can really confirm would be the one Max hitting, going leading to the retention pond, and that's the only one that I can really say with certainty that I can kind of stand for or say, we had one, but it's just so hard. And like I said, really muddy to the oh, okay. Canine Captain Joel says, Lady Freedom's raw narratives, his odor prints. Odor prints. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And see, that's what's just so interesting about it too. Because isn't it where, like if somebody is barefoot, they're going to leave, like footprints, and the scent is going to be more prominent than if you're wearing, say, a pair of tennis shoes. Like, of course, those tennis shoes might smell like you, but your foot, your actual, because you're leaving, what is it, latent? Am I saying that right? Latent prints. Um, so, Cece says, thank you so much, Captain Jules. I am always thinking of your dogs so much in all of this, and whenever someone goes missing. That's so sweet, Cece. Thank you so much, Cece. Um, fed up with fed up Buttercup says I didn't realize it was after 11 p.m. here. I thought lady was earlier. Time flies by. My birthday starts in 45 minutes. Oh, happy birthday, happy birthday. Oh, comes too darn fast. I know. Well, you have a happy birthday and thanks so much for being here. And I'll try to go on a little bit earlier tomorrow night. I try so hard to get here, but it's like, but tonight it was kind of a little bit more of an impromptu because I was thinking, well, what should we talk about tonight? And then I was thinking about the buses, and then, I just kind of went down that rabbit hole. And I'm so glad that, there's so many good creators out there that are putting out good ideas for us all to kind of like dive into because, we've never discussed this topic before. And I think it's important. So yay, happy birthday, happy birthday. Oh, okay. I can check my email. Give me 1 second. Yikes. Going backwards in age. Transpose number. I do that all the time. Fed up Buttercup. That's funny. Let's see here. Happy birthday, happy birthday. I need to do a happy birthday song. Every time you guys have a birthday, you remind me that I need to do a happy birthday song. I'm here, last 40. Aw. Oh, cool, Hope Floats. I hope you have a good night. I'm so glad you're still awake. Oh, there goes there goes the pig again, guys. Sorry. I guess Django wants to play a little bit. Let's see. Oh, I would like that Perfectly Imperfect Boy, Mom. That would be fantastic. I would really appreciate that. Let me go ahead, Trooper's mom. Let me look. Oh, let's see. Oh gosh, should it kick me off here? It loves to kick me off the internet. Okay, hold on 1 second, guys. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. It loves kicking me off the internet. Alrighty, here we go. Sebastian, could it be here for this? Much love. Good. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh. This is really cute, guys. Oh my goodness. Wow, what a nice. Okay, so this is an FFA plant sale, and it just happened. Oh, actually, it's about to happen April 18th and 19th. And they're also going to do it the 21st through the 25th. Greenhouses at Beach High School, 3126 Long Hollow Pike in Hendersonville. I mean, really nice. And these are some of the kids. Really quick, I just kind of show you like that, so that way none of them really get in there. But isn't that's so nice. I guess they don't care because they're on Facebook, but I mean, I can see Sebastian really enjoying that. Really enjoying himself there. And that's the flyer. Thanks, Trooper's mom, for sending that. That's just too bad. I mean, it looks like they have a really nice facility and program for that, for the kids and everything. Man, oh man. Aw, thanks for the green hearts, Lori. Prickly Pear says, I'm a retired sped teacher, 40 years in Tennessee public schools. Great teachers, not so great funding. Right. Oh, that's wonderful, though. Thank you so much for doing that, because it really takes a special person. It does. It does. Aw. 67 and a half years. Aw. That's so wonderful. Yeah, thank you so much, Trooper's mom, for doing that. Just FYI, Hendersonville's public schools are top notch. And you would think like a private school would offer all of this. So, and that's wonderful. And then they do a plant sale. That's great. Oh, hey, Maman, good to see you. Maman says I'm listening, but have to drive, heading north for a few errands. I don't want to accidentally touch the screen with the wrench, but I'm here. Enjoy this discussion. Hit that like, everyone, and share. Thank you, Mom, and you have a safe trip. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Um, that was so sweet of you. Thank you. Yeah, that's wonderful, AMC. And people with autism are so interesting and fun to be around, I think. Um, and good to see you, couponing. Good to see you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. And Canine Captain Joel says, to be fair, I have days when all I want is my canines, but then other days I want to be around people. It all depends. Oh, I don't blame you there. I don't blame you there. And canines are always happy to see us, but people maybe, hit or miss. It's always a gamble there. So, aw. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Hydrochloric acid or lye can dissolve a human, just saying TB would have access. Yeah, I remember that lye, that girl that had thrown lye on her father. Do you guys remember that case? I can't remember what that little girl's name is now. She was friends with like Ethan Crumbley's mom in prison. It was weird. Or in, where she was at. Hey, Kelly Holcomb, good to see you. Wow, I thought you all would be way younger than me, but maybe not. Aw. Aw. Hey, Mama May. I saw you in Brooks's chat earlier because I saw her title and I had to say something. Oh, she said Dateline needs to do their homework or something, or needs more research or get it right or something. I was like, yes, they do. But good to see you, Mama May. Hello, y'all. 106 multitasking. Want to come in and say hello. Hope everyone's having a blessed day and keep safe and staying away from them floods and hurricanes and tornadoes. Be safe. But yes, be safe. Aw, thank you. Thank you so much, Mama May. That's so sweet of you. And you too. Oh, I know, Lori. I know. I appreciate Trooper's mom sending that and sharing it with us so I could, share it up here. And um, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Anne, that you have a headache. I hope you feel better soon, hun. But it's so sad. It's like, gosh, I mean, oh, it's such a shame. I just want to see Sebastian's smiling face in that group. Um, Trooper's mom says my niece and sister-in-law both work at Sebastian's school, and he had a few friends. The teachers adored him and and he loved them. This is all KP's mind, in my opinion. Yeah, Trooper's mom. I mean, I agree. Um, yeah, I'm so glad that they were able to confirm that, because I could just tell his teachers that they interviewed, Patricia Szymanski, I think was her name, from the middle school. I mean, you could just tell that she adored Sebastian, just wearing green. She had her green shoes on. You know. Oh, Sasha says, look up Evil Exists. That may be Sebastian at the prior home. Oh, okay, I will. I'm thinking are you talking about the bike riding one? I'm thinking it is. Um, yeah, Fed Up Buttercup says, Mama, drastic weather. Yikes. I hope for safety, all. It's scary. I know, and it was like never ending, right? Like all of it seems like people have been getting rain for days and days now. I mean, it's like, Denise Harris says, I have no choice but to change my diet because of a diagnosis. Pretty much. Oh my goodness, Denise, I'm so sorry. I know, and weren't we talking last night about like there being some things that were just very, very, fruit. That was the one that was throwing me off. Oh, hey, Jude says, Trooper's mom, my aunt retired from the school board. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Holly S says he has a lot to offer the world. Amen. Amen, Holly. Amen. And and the love of, the care for the animals, absolutely. Bug talk is prohibitive. Rogue. Carla says, wow, Trooper, then you have a problem. Been told all kids of sweet things about Sebastian, or all kinds of sweet things about Sebastian. Oh, that is so sweet. Mama May says they can't find something that's not lost, in my opinion. Know where he's at, in my opinion, and here when he and here when they were talking about the third, that was all made up, and that was obvious. She had to cover her butt, just my opinion. Yeah, and I believe that too. Because the more you kind of watch, hey Kloops, thanks for being here. The more that you kind of watch people, and give me 1 second, guys. I'm sorry, I had to be like, could you please be quiet in the background? I'm sorry if there was a bunch of noise just then, you guys. I apologize. This is why I can't go on too early, because even at midnight I have a whole bunch of noise in here. I have oh I'm so sorry, Denise. Oh my goodness. So a lot of probably foods don't agree with you. Yeah, a thud. Yeah, Mama Mia, a thud. I've been thinking a lot about that thud. I wanted to show you guys this too, that Chris had. It's his timeline, right? But it's pretty neat timeline. And it looks like I mean, in my opinion, it looks pretty spot on with kind of the day's events. And so I kind of wanted to share it with you all if you didn't see it already. But it says possible alleged abduction, 3 a.m. to 3:15 a.m. because that's when we see the lights video come in and things like that. So I thought it would be very interesting. to kind of bring up and kind of see what you all thought. No, Meg, they didn't let America's Most Wanted in their house. I don't know what the, good reason that they had for it, but they didn't. And Holly S says it was a screenshot in a local group way back in March. I think it was someone that worked at the landfill. I'll see if I can find it and email it to you. Thank you, Holly S. Thank you. See, and that's why I wasn't sure, the background on it and stuff. And Canine Captain Joel says, I always think of the baby ducks and chicks and Tractor Supply are so cute. Oh, they are so cute. Oh my goodness. Hey, Anna Marie. And I apologize, guys. I'm about 15 minutes behind in chat, which is not terribly bad for me. To be fair, past tense doesn't always indicate the person is no longer with us. It could indicate a past memory, and we learned this when I went to ATO school. Oh, cool, Canine Captain Jules. Thank you so much for that. That is really, really interesting. And see, we kind of hear these little things and we think, oh, wow, okay, well, this might mean this, but then again, it could mean something else. So you're right. Yeah, it could be a past memory, which, now I have to go look back at the context, because you're right. It is based on context. And AMC says, I followed the Murdaugh case from the beginning. Stephen Smith still needs justice. Amen, AMC. I agree. And Canine Captain Jules says, yeah, they sent in sled for Murdaugh, and they definitely weren't messing around. No, they were not. They, knew they got him. Boy, oh boy, I listened to Buster Murdaugh's calls with his dad, and even though I know that he has done a lot, you could tell that he's always been the one to do his dad's dirty work for him, in my opinion, just based on those calls, Prickly Pear says the Ag Award was an online class, right? Didn't go through a fit about him being in the class online. Did I understand that story correctly? Yeah, so here's the thing. I've been kind of analyzing that a little bit here too lately. So with the ag class, it was something that was done online, and that's where I kind of got a little bit stumped myself, Prickly Pear, because he did online classes, but I don't know if there were interactive things that he was also doing at the school. And so I was wondering about that, in case that's why Katie might have went up to the school saying, maybe he went to go visit one of the animals that he, likes at the school. I'm sure they have names for them and stuff, and but then again, I think a lot of it was honorary too, because I don't know that he was able to finish the online classes. I think he was participating in them. And so I was kind of looking through and looking back to see kind of what happened there. So that's a really good question. And Eric with an H says, oh, all right, got to turn in. Oh, good night, Eric. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jules. Thanks, Jules. I feel so bad. I was like, I always want to, be respectful, because I really appreciate your service and everything. So, thank you. And Denise says, Chris and Katie Proudfoot turned down America's Most Wanted and wouldn't allow them in the house. I can't believe that, guys. That was interesting. That was a little interesting tidbit that Chris kind of let out in the Cluminati interview, which is very, very interesting to me, Yeah, Prickly Pear CP threw a fit about the online classes, according to Seth. Yes, I do remember that, absolutely. There will be justice for Maddie too. AMC, yes, always praying for that. Ty Bay Lux, good to see you. Can't see all in chat. You're reading some and I can't see them. Anyone else? Oh, that's weird. Ty Bay Lux, thank you for letting me know. That's so weird. Somebody else said that last night. Hey, Lil Redo. I think she got immunity. Yeah, she supposedly did. I'm hoping they can catch her in a loophole or something, though. That late Jen Soto needs to be. yeah, I don't like that lady one bit. If we could even call her that. Joy McCurry, good to see you. Unless they or FBI arrest the parents and make them talk, Sebastian will never be found. Yeah, Joy, I know it kind of seems like that right now. I don't know though. I'm working on something. And I don't want to kind of spill the beans on too much of it tonight, but I will tell you, there was some interesting wording that I'd like to go kind of over with you guys. But I don't want to let too much out. Trooper's mom said, listen, Seth said KP didn't know that Sebastian completed his FFA certificate. Now she mentioned ag on Dateline. It was absolutely damage control, in my opinion. Yeah, well, she also brought it up last May, Trooper's mom, in the Queen Bee interview. She said, he was excited at the orientation because they learned about the ag program there. And then she never, mentioned the certificate or anything like that. So maybe he completed it online, and maybe he took courses because, there's school counselors and stuff, and maybe they just enrolled him in it and didn't, maybe Katie wasn't aware, because there wasn't also a part of the Queen Bee interview when Katie couldn't recall whether Sebastian was doing well in school at that point or not, which is weird. Hey, little Miss Sharon. Same, AMC. Oh gosh, that would be great. That would be great. I'm flabbergasted, Meg. I know, right? Isn't that crazy? It's craziness. I'm hoping John Walsh talked to these people. Momming It Up says, sorry, I was driving. The baby's doing better still in cast, so not sure if he regained feeling in his left leg yet. Thank you so much for asking. Aw, Mom, and we're praying for him. I know that's got to be so tough because he's so little, and oh my goodness. That's got to be so tough for him, uncomfortable, And DJ says KP was speaking like Sebastian wouldn't leave because he was looking forward to working with the animals in his AG program. She failed to mention animal class is 10th and 11th grade. He would be at Seth's. Oh, okay, DJ. That's a good point. CP speaking like Sebastian wouldn't leave because he was looking forward to working with the animals in his ag program. She failed to mention animal class in 10th and 11th grade. He would be at Seth's. Yeah, and they were trying to give a lot of reasons for that. KP and CP were. Oh, Sebastian didn't want to go to his dad's house because his dad smoked cigarettes. Sebastian didn't want to go because of online classes. And then I'm sure that was like a big one too. They were probably trying to, that's really cloudy too. They could have been trying to behind the scenes saying, hey, you might not want to go to your dad's because of this. Hey, Forrest, good to see you. Prickly Pear says, I understand they did America's Most Wanted, but wouldn't let them in the house. But Seth allowed them in his house and showed them all, of Sebastian's stuff in his room. Think the Proudfoot filmed in a house in Goodlettsville. Really? A house in Goodlettsville? What? Oh my gosh. So was that like one of Mama Sox's properties that she allowed them to use or something? That's very weird. Houseplant junkie. I love houseplants too. Meg says it was never aired Dateline. It was just an article. Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. Hey, Wolf Eyes. Wolf Eyes says, I'll reply in the morning, but thank you for the work you do. Thank you. Thanks, Wolf Eyes. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Lady AMC would like to read the Dateline. Can you help her find it? Oh, yeah. It is actually, I'm going to have to link it again in the description. Did I link it? I think I linked it in the one. I'm trying to think of which one it is. I'd have to go back and find it. But what I can do is I've read it all out, and what I can do is post that video later, because I'm done with that portion of the video. So I can post it for you, AMC. And that way, because it'll just scroll through, and you can see it as I'm reading through it. And Megan L says, Carla, honestly, I didn't see it or read it. I just think it's odd again that it's an article and they wouldn't let America's Most Wanted inside their home. That is so weird. And obviously, I'm thinking it has a lot to do with they didn't want them to see that they didn't have Sebastian the way, his room the way it was when he left, kind of a thing. John Walsh is the host of America's Most Wanted. Nowhere to run. He's tough. I am so anxious to see it. Same, Trooper's mom. And isn't it a strange dynamic that we're dealing with here? Because typically whenever we see America's Most Wanted, they're like looking for the fugitive, like they already know who it is, like the story is what it is, right? Like, okay, John Q robbed a bank, and not our John Q, but I'm talking about, just anybody named John, or John Doe rather, went ahead and robbed a bank, right? And he's wanted because, he hurt somebody on the way, and he stole someone's car, or he ran somebody over, whatever. We already know the story. In this case, I am so curious to see what kind of approach America's Most Wanted takes. And I agree 100%, Trooper's mom. I mean, Sebastian didn't want to be around Mr. Chris because he got whooped with a belt, in my opinion. Amen, Megan Els. Amen. I don't think they live on Stafford Court. Well, people were speculating whether they were actually living over there still or not. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, does one of the siblings live in Goodlettsville? I may be wrong. Or doesn't one of the siblings live in Goodlettsville? I believe they do, or they did. It's hard to tell if they're still actively there, because somebody sent me something, but I couldn't tell if it was like they were still living there or if they had previously lived there. And Megan Els says, I'm sure Mr. Walsh was sus with the fact that they didn't let them in the house to see Sebastian's room. I mean, especially with that being the last place that he went missing from, you would think that they would at the very least want America's Most Wanted's like expertise as to what they think could have happened, right? Oh, gosh, that's so true. And Trooper's mom says, in my opinion, Sebastian wanted to, but Doom House. Oh, yeah, Sebastian wanted to be anywhere besides Doom House. Exactly. It was just a highly toxic environment. Aw, thanks, Trishy. Town Chat Cafe, good to see you. I'm just getting on, gave you a 30-second update. Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Kelly says, I bet that's where they're all living. They didn't want people to know they have moved. Very possible, Kelly, because we have been hearing that for a while, right? Oh no, Gypsy Doll. See, that is what's so crazy. Did they not watch the Nancy Grace? Do I have to show Nancy again? Do I have to replay Nancy? Gypsy Doll says, one of the bad channels, it was being said that Seth failed the lie detector and KP and CP passed with flying colors. Oh, God. Help us all, please, please, please. Oh, my goodness. Oh, gosh, Trooper's mom. Oh. Yes, thanks, AMC. Yeah, you guys, I love Lil Redo's channel. She does a great job over there. And Megan L says, where did Edgar and KK live before they moved to Hendersonville? It was another town near Hendersonville. They only lived in Hendersonville for a year or two. Yeah, I believe it was, and you guys might need to help me out with this, 2022. They closed, right? So September of 2022, is that right? I believe so. Lil Redo says, AMC, thank you. We're starting the Chad Daybell compared with Charles Manson this week. Daybell, the storm. The guy's such a weirdo. Poor little Tylee and JJ. Trishy says, exactly, lady. It would be a wonderful investigative tool to have the experts from, America's Most Wanted at their house. Red flag, right? I mean, golly, it would just be like you're doing everything to help, right? Yeah, White House. Thank you, Trooper's mom. The home previously is White House. The storm, Jules. Gosh, that's when that case lost me. Like, honestly, I was like, they need to find Tylee and JJ. Like, there's something wrong with Lori. And then when they started with that nonsense, I was like, I can't, I can't do it, you know. But here I am with a lot of this nonsense, and I'm surprised. And I'm like, I mean, what was it? The 2 days last week, I was just like, information overload and weirdness overload, right? All over, like everywhere I turned, I was like, where can I go for solace? No, nowhere. It was just, as bad as Chad Daybell in the storm. No, I know, Lil Miss Sharon. I knew that was gonna freak you guys out tonight because I kept Terry's face up there. But they're always like, prove it, prove it. Well, I mean, there's Katie's car, the windows rolled up. There's a school bus rolling through the neighborhood. She doesn't even think to stop the school bus. And poor Sebastian over here. Have you seen me? Jules. DJ says, I'm guessing the America's Most Wanted filmed in a model or spec home. Cruella will probably have home for sale advertising signs up. She probably had an open house afterwards. DJ. The little bitty storm. C. Taylor. Good to see you. Hey, Anne. Good to see you, Anne Reynolds. And Megan Hill says, I wonder how many CP's reports were made in White House. Well, and that's what I'm wondering too, but I'm pretty sure, well, didn't Tony say they started in, what was it? No, it was toward the middle or the end of 2022. So I believe they were starting, but then again, maybe there's reports that they didn't get from previously, right? Too, because yeah, Meg, that's really interesting. She says, I wonder how many reports were made in White House. That's a good question. Because, they could have hid some stuff that we don't know about, too. And, people got fired from the 5 that were allegedly out there. That woman was, let go. And Denise says, Little Miss Sharon, I'm not sure I actually believe that. Just saying, I've been raising chickens for years, and we have a chicken hospital in our backyard. Oh, little chicken hospital. My goodness. I just pictured like little chickens dressed like nurses and stuff. Chicken hospital. Aw. Town Chat Cafe says, I typed the first one for my phone and I was trying to ask if you give me a short update. Oh, okay. Town Chat Cafe, thank you. My bad. Oh my goodness. I was just excited because I caught up in chat because I know I'm probably. Yeah, so basically what we're talking about tonight is just that, the morning that Sebastian was reported missing. So we have this little timeline. I'll pop it back up here because I think it's very interesting, and I think it's kind of a good breakdown, right? So Monday we have possible alleged abduction between 3 a.m. to 3:15 a.m., right? So woke up and Sebastian was missing about 6:03 a.m., right? And then they call Chris. Sorry, guys, my air popped on because it's hot here. So it might sound a little bit staticky, but it's just my air. And so Chris calls the 3-way shortly after, right, at about 6:05 a.m. And then Katie is seen outside calling for Sebastian at 6:20 a.m. Katie leaves the home to go to the school about 6:22. Now, this is a picture of the bus that was rolling through the neighborhood at 6:20 a.m., right? So that's about the same time that Katie is out in her car, right? So why didn't she flag down the bus and say, my son is missing? Did he get on the wrong bus? Is he confused? Have you seen him around? Nothing. And then Katie is seen driving up Kellen Avenue at 6:32 a.m. and the call from dispatch is dispatched at 6:33 a.m. And so, just very, very interesting, the timeline of events as we see it mapped out here. Now, is it 100% accurate? It looks pretty accurate to me. But there may be a little bit of differences in time frame, but that's basically, 6 o'clock, Katie goes to wake up Sebastian, but he's missing. She said that she ran around the house for 3 minutes, and then they get on the call with Chris. They're doing the 3-way call, but it's very, very messy because Katie and Chris have kind of made it messy, and we kind of see that. Yeah, and Sebastian did ride the bus. He rode a bus that came a little bit after 7 o'clock. So kind of the way that it works, according to what Chris was breaking down, is that, the elementary kids and then the middle schoolers and then the high schoolers ride the bus, and then the special needs bus comes through at about 7, a little after 7. So, which I think 6 is kind of cutting it close again. And I know I say that a lot, but yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about. We're just going over all of these, scenarios, kind of like what it could have been, And Kelly Holcomb says, I bet there were all living. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I already answered that one. It's nice and warm in Texas too, Carla, huh? Oh, thanks, Trishy, for dropping my email. And Meg says, where did Edgar and KK live before? Oh, sorry. I'm way behind again. Where did I go? Oh, I think it was because I scrolled up too far. Sorry about that, guys. And Brock says, I hope Sebastian is found safe. Amen. Aw, thanks, Meg, for telling everyone to hit the like. Trooper's mom says part of White House is Sumner County. The other half is Robertson County. That is a good question about the CPS report. It's a really good question. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a really good question. Thank you for letting us know kind of the, the layout there too, Trooper's mom. And James Cooper says the first CPS case filed in White House is probably dated way back when George Washington cut down the cherry tree and lied about doing it. James, you had me going for a minute there. That was a good one. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, wouldn't it still follow them through? Trooper's mom, I thought I heard that they don't follow state to state. Correctly if I'm wrong. Right, yeah. It should, though, if it happened in the same state. Yeah, that's a good point. And Denise says, if I have sick chickens, we have a separate place to put them, and they get special treatment. Yeah, because aren't they contagious? Some of the things they can catch are contagious, huh, Denise? And Town Chat Cafe says, in my opinion, yeah, that was all for show, in my opinion. Yeah, I think so too. Because she would have been flagging down everybody that she encountered, in my opinion. Kind of in a panic state. You're going to be like, have you seen my son? Have you seen my son? Just really quick. He's got blonde hair. He's wearing glasses. He's 5 foot tall, something, or 5'5" rather. Foot tall, things like that. And Meg says, Trooper's mom, very interesting. Maybe Seth needs to go investigate if he hasn't already, to check that county. Yeah, absolutely. Well, because those little things like that, those little loopholes, I can see how something could fall through the cracks there. And that's kind of a lot of what I wanted to talk about tonight too, is how did Sebastian, with this wonderful school system, it seems like, and I know that, we had talked a little bit about the funding maybe not have been there and things like that, but it seems like, one, we have very caring individuals who work at the school. that seems very apparent, right? Just from talking to Sebastian's middle school teachers and stuff, because I'm not as familiar with his high school teachers, but we did hear Seth say that he was very involved with the school resource officer and that he would kind of joke with them in the morning and things like that. So with such a wonderful school system and a very caring father, in my opinion, how did Sebastian still fall through the cracks of all of this, right? Because there were tons of resources, tons and tons of resources available. So how did this happen? You know, how are we sitting here still? Um, it's just crazy. Trooper's mom says also dispatch told an officer at 6:41 mother is driving around the neighborhood, so she still wasn't home at 6:41. That's a great point. That's a great point, Trooper's mom. So at 6:41, Katie still wasn't there because, you know, she was seen driving around the parking lot allegedly. It was on camera. That's what Chloe PI told us, right, on Web Sleuths. But here's the thing. It's so crowded, right? And you have all of the parents dropping off and everybody, it's chaotic. It's morning time. It's Monday morning. It's Monday, Monday morning. And, you know, it, if you're going to go through the school parking lot on a Monday morning when drop off is occurring, it's going to be a little bit, before you can navigate your way out of the traffic that's, involved in the drop off process. So that's a really good point. So I bet you she was hung up at the school and that's why she still hadn't made it back to the house, right? Yeah, the mother is still driving around. And I need to find that because that would be a good one to add in. So thank you so much, Schubert's mom, because yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think she was hung up in the school traffic, Town Chat Cafe says, did you see my email about the other kid at the autistic school that resembles? No, I didn't, Town Chat Cafe. I need to check them. I've been just working on these projects and I'm kind of trying to, complete one and then so I can merge it together with the other one. So it's been, it's been a whole process, but I will definitely look and check too, because I know I saw a couple really good ones popping in here. And Lil Redo says, no, it's cold in Texas last night. It was 36. Oh my goodness. I heard people were getting snow too. And Denise says, I've only been doing the chicken for 4 years. I'm new at this. Oh, that's a long time though. I mean, for me, because AMC in the Daybell case, didn't they bury the kids in the backyard? Yes, they did. Yeah, they found them too, thank God. James Cooper says, they said that they called LE three-way, but if I remember, Seth said he missed the call and text was from CP, not KP, and makes sense that she wasn't on the call when CP called Ellie and had to call her back too. Right. Well, yeah, because he had missed the call. Like allegedly Chris had called Seth's phone and then he texted him the 911, and then when he called him back, he's like, don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing, was my, understanding. But then again, she could have been on the three-way call too. She could have been. Yes, Loretto. Yeah, he told, and then, James, and then he told her, he said, go back home, Ellie's on the way. And then, how Katie was like in the Chronicles of Olivia interview, she's like, then I drove, or she goes, and then I ran back, I drove back to the house, right? Because Chris told her, head back home, they're on their way, which is weird if she's on the three-way call, again, discrepancies, right? Because it's weird if she's sitting there on the three-way, if she's sitting there on the three-way call, then she can hear them saying, we're on our way, and then that would be her cue to turn around and go back home to meet them, right? So very good point. Denise says Katie Proudfoot has not at all pleaded for Sebastian. No, not in a genuine fashion, Denise. I agree. Um, there were some times where it was very disingenuous, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm familiar with that case too. AMC, it was just the storm that really turned me off. And Forrest agrees with James. Denise says, I care more for my chickens than Katie Proudfoot cares for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Aw. Well, she just didn't seem very involved. And, one thing that I've noticed about Katie that does bother me as well is that she distances herself from Sebastian and his unique qualities, in my opinion, and I have some or I have some examples of that too. And Meg says, many people will move because of CP and school involvement, and it takes a long minute for CPS to find them again. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha. So many people will move because of CPS and school involvement, and it takes a long minute for CPS to find them again. That's it. Yeah. And if there's an open case, but if there's no open case, nothing will follow. Right. Unless another case is open. And that's the thing. We saw that in the Harmony Montgomery case as well, where the social worker went there, but Adam seen that they were coming, and so he quick left with Harmony, and then the social worker talked with Kayla, but Kayla was lying for Adam, and then they never came and followed up. So it's just the kids easily fall through the cracks of, and it's just like, exactly, Meg. I mean, that's just kind of how it works. If they will move because they know that kind of shit's going to hit the fan, right? Or somebody's on to what's going on, and so they move. And then it takes a little bit because maybe something, maybe they're minding their own P's and Q's for a while, but then all of a sudden, because it's a cycle of abuse, it's always a cycle, right? And then something happens and the toxicity leaks out, and then people find out about it, and then there's another report made. Or in Sebastian's case, I think he was telling, and a lot of the times too, obviously they were putting bruises on this child, in my opinion, based on what we've seen, in areas where people could see them. Like, this is one example that I've had on here that I haven't taken down yet. Now, they tried to cover this up. There's something on Sebastian's neck that they wanted to cover up on the back of his neck, and it's like, that's very visible. That's a very visible spot that Sebastian would have a bruise, right? So if he's going to school, and look at his precious little smile, and if he's going to school like that, it's just, it's very obvious, and teachers are going to call that kind of stuff in and be like, why is this, that's not normal. And it looks like somebody grabbed the back of his neck. AMC said, I thought Seth stated that his son was picked up by the bus at 7. She's right. Yeah. He was picked up at 7. I think on the other episode, Chris might have said that it was like the 6:22 bus, because, like I said, the high schoolers do get picked up at 6:22, but then you have the other bus that picks up, for the children who have those transportation needs, that are already set up, through their IEP meetings and things like that. So as long as they qualify for that transportation and they're enrolled in all of the resources at school, And Meg says, at Little O, he is. I found him. People probably thought I was crazy shouting a man's name, but KP didn't yell for Sebastian out her windows. Oh, did you? Yeah, and that's the thing. Even when it's a little dog or something, your cat got out or something, you're hollering, have you seen my cat? But, with a kid, it's like you're going to be 10 times more frantic, right? Because did somebody take him? Did he walk out? Did he leave? Has anybody seen him around? James Coover says, I thought that the person that calls is the one that would have to make the 3-way. So if KP called CP, then KP would have to be the one to call three-way, not CP. At least that's how our phone service works here. Oh, that's a good point, James. Yeah, I see what you're saying, because Katie says she called Chris. So if she calls Chris, then she would have to be the one to initiate the three-way call, not Chris, because he's the one that called. She's the one that called him, not the other way around. But he's the one that said that he dialed the three-way call to law enforcement. But how could he have if he wasn't the one that initiated the original call? Very good point. Very good point. It's never cold where I am either, Gypsy Doll. You know, maybe at nighttime in the wintertime it was a little bit, but... Rogue, that face in the lower right-hand corner on the screen keeps glaring at me, Lady Freedom. I'm just trying to keep you guys on your toes, you know. Denise says, I have 3 nephews who are autistic in different levels. Yeah, and you know, that's the thing too, you know, it's a spectrum disorder, so I mean, it's going to be, you know, you're going to see all different types of characteristics, and not every person is going to have the same characteristics as another. And, you know, yeah, I see what you mean with the levels, you know. And Rogue says, Katie searched for 2 minutes and then called Chris. What? That is crazy. And she didn't think about calling Seth at any point during her searching. That always blows my mind too, Rogue, because even though I think that the portrayal of the relationship between Chris, Katie, and Seth might have been a little bit off, and I can understand that. I mean, you know, you're not just going to jump on the news first thing and be like, you want to know all of our business? You know, you're not going to do that, because, you know, we all have things. We all have business, you know, things like that. But, so I understand that. I'm not giving them hell for that. But at no point did it occur to Katie that she needed to call the father of her son. Like, that is crazy to me. Yeah, that still does boggle my mind as well. And Crafting and True Crime says, Gypsy Doll, what state do you live in? I want to be where it's warm all the time. Oh, Southern California. Oh, SoCal, that's nice. I heard it's always nice there, like always, always nice. And James says, we don't see her on the phone at the time of the video of her in the car with the window up, and it was about the time she should be on the phone with LE, right? Others have asked, why would CP have to tell her to go? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, if she was on the phone, why would he have said, go, you know, you have to go back home? She would have just heard that and been like, okay, I'm heading back home. You know, it wouldn't have even been, you know, part of the conversation. That's a great point. And yeah, I can't tell if she's on the phone here or not. I really can't. But then again, you know, she could have been doing hands-free. Sometimes when you get in your vehicle, it'll automatically switch your phone to the, you know, how do I say it? I almost said intercom, but that's not right. You know, it'll put it into your radio, and then you can hear it and things like that. So, and Trooper's mom says it's a shame our criminal records are connected all across the U.S., but our children cannot be found. It's sickening. Well, yeah, and that's the thing too. Like, I don't understand why the CPS records wouldn't be, because like say somebody was in trouble for like severely doing something to their child, right? I mean, I guess they would have a warrant in that state if it was that bad. But even so, say there was, you know, neglect or you know, abuse going on in some capacity, say, you know, in New York, right? But then all of a sudden you go and you move to, you know, Minnesota. Like, that's not going to change over. So yeah, I think that needs to be some sort of, there needs to be like a larger database. But I think because CPS and Department of Children and Family Services is a state organization or state funded, that's why the federal government doesn't take on any responsibility. And it is a shame. And I think they need to. I really do think they need to. Rogue says, yes, Lady Freedom, the bruises that I have seen in Sebastian is the reason for not having him around anyone, in my opinion. How didn't Seth see the bruises? Yeah, I wonder if some of them were explained away. That's really possible too, where they were explained away, or if it was like every other weekend, that's time enough for his bruises to heal up, and there may just have been like a small one, and it could have been explained away. So, oh, thank you guys. Thank you. So, but that's a good question, because they were pretty visible. It seemed like most of them were visible, like even the one on his neck, his eye. I wonder if they were saying, he fell, he's so clumsy, and Sebastian was kind of like, well, I don't want my dad to know because I don't want problems. I don't want not that Seth was the problem, but in his way of thinking, he didn't want to stir the pot or things like that. Crafting and True Crime says, I don't know, school was even open when she was driving through there, was it? Yeah, apparently she drove up to the school right before the police, had shown up. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, remember when Sebastian had meltdowns or would throw himself on the floor? I wonder if KP used that as an excuse to cover him showing up with bruises. I can see that. Like, explain it away, like he had a meltdown, he threw a fit, he fell, just all of the different kinds of excuses, possible that could have possibly happened to poor Sebastian. I mean, my gosh, and I mean, they're very quick to lie, you know what I mean? It's just like, they're so quick to lie that I could see them explaining it away. Yeah, seasons. That's true. That's true, Gypsy. And I thought I would miss that too, but I really don't. I don't know. Maybe in fall. Like, I do like fall. Fall is a pretty time that I do miss. But, and let's see here. Oh, okay. Denise says, my niece has P1 deletion syndrome, nonverbal. Yeah, and that's another thing that I find to be interesting is a lot of these micro deletions mirror autism symptoms or characteristics. And so, you know, you'll have that social and emotional dysregulation and things like that, just depending. So that's a great point, Denise. And James Cooper says, in my opinion, CP would only have to tell her that is because she was not on the phone, and we know that CP loves to do all the talking. I agree, James. I think that it was probably one of those things where Chris said, I'm going to call the police, and then Katie said she stayed on the three-way call because she didn't want to get any flack from people and be like, how come you didn't call 911 immediately? So Chris took the fall for it, in my opinion, and said, she was too frantic to call because she was saying that too. And I dialed the three-way call, but I agree with what you're saying. And I think that you're right. I think that he was the only one that called the sheriff's office. And then whenever he hung up with them, he called her and said, get your butt back to the house. They're on their way, type of a thing. So yeah, I agree, Rogue says, I bet if it was money or jewelry list, they would call the United States Army. Right? Exactly. Town Chat Cafe says, I just sent you another video and the subject starts out, did you see what X said? And there is a link to the video. It might be in reference to what the neighbor said at the vigil about how bad it was. Okay, thank you so much, Town Chat Cafe. I will take a look at that. Thank you. Yeah, because I'm kind of trying to compile all of this together. I'm thinking it does couponing. She says, does her vehicle have hands-free calling? And I'm thinking it does because I think, it's a newer vehicle. Oh, Thank goodness that air just kicked off. It felt good while it was going, but it's so loud. I'm working on getting set up because I do everything through my phone, but iPhones don't have an earbud jack, so I have to figure something out with the components. And Megan L says, Rogue, I was wondering the same thing and how often Seth got Sebastian because bruises don't go away so quickly. Yeah, I mean, and some of them can be really, really faint. It just depends on how bad they are, too. But I wonder, and it's so hard, too, because you don't want to think badly of the other parent. And I think Seth really struggled with that, with in my opinion, you know what I mean? Not to speak for him, but I do think that it seems like, he was unaware of what was going on, and I think that they might have been able to explain it away, unfortunately, because you don't want to think badly of the other person. You don't want to. It's so hard. Um, it's just so hard. Denise says they should have called the jail and told them that they needed to talk to Seth. Amen. I think so too, Denise. I don't know why they did. It never occurred to them to do that. Call in, and talk to him. And it's my understanding that they had. Thank you, Limelit Girl, Bluetooth. Exactly. Thank you. I'm like the intercom. But yeah, I agree. I don't know why they didn't call the jail directly, because there's a number direct for the jail that they could have used. Um, Trooper's mom says Beach High starts at 8 a.m., so I'm not sure the traffic would be bad at 6:40, just saying. Yeah, well, I was thinking because so what they said, well, what Mob Crew was saying was that because all the other younger kids are getting dropped off earlier, that it stays pretty busy in the parking lot, but maybe because they do it in shifts, it doesn't get as congested as, say, somewhere else. But I know even like my daughter's high school was like really, really busy. You had all the kids there that could drive, but then you had parents that were dropping off. And I mean, yeah, but that's, maybe it wasn't that busy, and maybe that's why she was able to get back, you know, but maybe she was down there. I'm just thinking that because I mean, I think they live like, what is it, like a mile and a half away from the school ish. I can't remember. We looked it up so long ago. But not far at all. So I mean, it would be a quick drive there and back theoretically, unless there was a lot of traffic. But I mean, there's just like that one way road, and I don't know how fast the speed limit is down there. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how busy it would have been that early. Because even the other, well, if the high school bus was picking up at like 6:20, I would think that they would be down over there. I don't know, but see, I don't know if they have to go to a different spot or if that's their last stop. Yeah. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says couponing, yes, it has Bluetooth, but still could have the window down yelling for Sebastian. Yeah, I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it. Rogue says, that's right, Meg. I really don't have to the audacity to ask Seth, is he going through way too much? Yeah, yeah. Well, and it's just like, it's so hard, especially with boys. You think boys kind of get rough and tumble and things like that. I mean, oh, I don't know. James says, you know what I thought was really weird, that some summer photo against the milk and the photo of Sebastian both have a bruise-like mark on the same side of their mouths in the corner. Uh, if I'm right, I still have Summer's. Excuse me. Whoa. Okay, here we go. Sorry. Ooh, I had a little frog in my throat there. There's Summer's picture. All right, James says, oh, let me go back up here. Oh, I lost your comment, James. Let me look here. Okay, there it is. So, you know that I thought, or you know what I thought was really weird, that Summer's photo against the milk and the photo of Sebastian both have a bruise-like mark on the same side of their mouths in the corner, which, which if I'm right, KP, said it was chocolate milk. Yeah, yeah, she did say that. And you guys might have to zoom in to see the corner of Summer's mouth, but it does look like she's got a bruise up there. It definitely does. And it is weird. It is weird. It's kind of like right above their lip, like as if somebody like kind of hauled off and smacked somebody or something. Which, I mean, we know that we know that Chris Proudfoot was alleged to have, backhanded Faith's sister, Isabel, in the face. So, and I think I have Sebastian's. I'm almost positive I do. Let me take a look here. Oh, maybe I don't have it. Maybe not. Maybe not. No, it doesn't look like I do. Poor little Summer, though. Oh my goodness. And there's a lot of similarities in her case and in Sebastian's case. I mean, a lot. A lot, a lot. Yeah, I'm just double checking here. No, I don't think I do have it. Like 4 minutes away. Thank you, Trooper's mom. Okay, I can see Sebastian threaten that he wouldn't see his father, and if he talked about the abuse, sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I believe that too. I believe that too, and I also think that there's a little bit of an element of kind of, if I tell, I'm gonna rock the boat. Whether he was knowing that Seth was gonna take some action, right? Because kids know which parent goes to bat for them. They know. They really do. Kids are very intuitive, and right, perfectly imperfect boy mom, yeah. So he was telling, I believe, in my opinion, that he was telling his grandma, that Sebastian was telling his grandma what was going on in the Proudfoot home in terms of, some of the mistreatment. And he, asked Grandma Robin, please don't, share this information, with anybody, because I don't want, my dad to like lose his job, because, it was said by Chris Proudfoot on Web Sleuths that he helped Seth get his job, which, I don't know if I believe that or not, but he could have told Sebastian the same thing. And if you tell your dad, I'm going to make sure he loses his job, kind of thing. And that's just one scenario. They could have been telling him anything, poor little baby, and I know he's 15, but still, I mean, just, ugh, makes me so angry. But that's a great point. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. Yeah. I mean, and Forrest says, Kanan Captain Jules, I've watched that and referred to that others, or referred to others as well as your interview with Jennifer. So important information. Oh, yeah, definitely, definitely, definitely. And Meg says Trooper's mom, or he wouldn't see his mother again if he told about the abuse. I'm sure Sebastian loves his mother. Absolutely, Meg. And I'm so glad that you said that because a lot of times, I try to make sure that I say that too because there's no doubt in my mind that Sebastian loved his mom, his dad, even Mr. Chris. He just didn't want that stuff to keep going on. He wanted the abuse to end. And we've kind of talked about it before here too, like even kids that are really in a bad way at home, they never want to like tell and get their parents in trouble, even if they're going through a bad time. So, and Rogue says, Gypsy doll, right? Sorry, that's what I mean. I had the same thing in my car with my mother at 9 where I was kicking at the dashboard and I would hit my head against the wall, but it's because of bad things. Right. Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes kids get blamed for acting out when it's really stuff that's going on and they just don't know how to, react to it, because they're still learning, still growing. So I appreciate that, Rogue. Yeah. And when it's really, really bad stuff, it's just harder to cope with. But then, people will be like, well, that kid is unruly. You have to get control over that kid and da da da. But at the end of the day, it's not even the kid's fault. Exactly, Meg. Exactly. Abused children still love their parents because kids do. They love their parents unconditionally. It's sad that it's not built in the other way around too. And Denise says, I literally don't care at this point anything, y'all. Let's just pray for recovery, hopefully alive. Yes, absolutely, Denise. Yeah, and that's what we got to pray for every day. Thank you, Lori, for the green hearts. Rogue says, I could say, I don't know, but hearing about CP's history, I am leaning toward him, unfortunately. Yeah, and just the way Katie acts as well is very suspicious to me. I mean, a mother just doesn't really act like that, in my opinion. I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's all very, very odd behavior. James Cooper says, I worked with autistic young many in assembly line, and if he fell behind boxes would start flying and screaming and cussing up a storm until he got caught up. But then it took some time for him to calm down. Yeah, absolutely. And and that's the thing too. I mean, we all cope with things differently. And when um somebody has grown up and they didn't get the proper therapies and stuff to help them cope with these things, then it can really be tough as an adult, because stressful situations are everywhere in life. And if you don't have a compassionate people in your life that love you and want to set you up for success and teach you the life skills necessary, then we all struggle with that. If we didn't have a good support system growing up, or hell, even when we're adults, we need a good support system. We all need it. We need good friends, we need good family, we need good people around us. We have to have good relationships with our coworkers, all of that stuff. Town Chat Cafe says, who was asking where CP and KP lived before? Meg did. And they lived, I see two locations, one in Madison, Tennessee, and Gallatin is the other. Thanks, Town Chat Cafe. Sweet baby Summer. I know. Trooper's mom, her little face. She's a gorgeous little girl. We're going to get more into Summer's case, guys. I promise. I've been working behind the scenes. It's really important to a lot of us in here, and I know that. James says, and it's the photo of Sebastian with bruises around his neck. I can't remember right. Yeah, or if I can remember right. Yeah, okay, so let me see if I have that one really quick, James. I thought I had a couple of examples. But apparently, I thought I had one in here. See, it was the one in the optimism t-shirt. And see, this one is the one on the vigil. You can kind of see it. You guys would have to zoom in with your fingers on your screen. Um, but you can see it. You can see it right there. And of course, that's the one that was on the TBI flyer. That one was on, that's on the FBI flyer. Um, so yeah, but I'll give you guys a little chance to zoom in there. Um, that's right. That's right. Yeah, this one right here, James. And the drama is restarting in Summer's case. I hope some justice comes for them. They are God's angels. Amen, Rogue. And another thing, with Summer's case, yeah, things are kind of heating up a little bit behind the scenes from what I hear. So that's a good thing. And whenever the heat is on, you're going to have all of those bad people coming out of the woodwork saying, "Oh, see," and trying to divert and distract and start crap and stir things up. So then that way, it's that kind of order by chaos kind of thing where, everything is completely chaotic and so they can control the situation. Um, James says the sad thing that Summer has, that's, excuse me, the sad thing is that Sebastian has Seth still where Summer doesn't have any parent to keep looking for her. Exactly, James. And it's super sad. Um, but she's got a lot of people in the online community and there's a lot of um a lot of people that love her. Yeah. Aw, Meg says, James, I've said that from the beginning. I wish Summer had a Seth. Trooper's mom says, "Oh, I definitely think Sebastian was getting his voice at the school, especially." Yeah, I think so too, Trooper's mom. And I think he definitely had that like support system, right? That was already set in place for all of the kids that he could have utilized. And see that's another thing that I kind of wanted to discuss tonight is, those aspects of the community that not every child, right, that we examine or their cases and things like that have, much like Summer. She was kind of, it looked like on more of a track to, just barely make it into school. I know Candace said that she was gonna, that she made sure that she had her shots up to date for school and stuff like that, but who even knows if that's true. And Rogue says, right, James, she had no one except for her two aunts, but they had no superiority with the case. Right, Rogue, right. Aw, thank you for sharing that too. That's an important thing to remember. And Forrest says Lady Jules is going to send you a conversation she had with CP. It's very interesting talk. It shows a lot. Awesome, Jules. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to look in my email. They could have threatened him about anything. You're right, Lori. They could have threatened him about anything. And, at the point that he was, in my opinion, just for my observation solely, that, he was most likely, again, living on eggshells, or walking on eggshells all the time in that house and never knowing if anything he said or did was going to be okay, and so they were probably threatening him with a lot of things. James says he was probably afraid of what CP might do to him because, in my opinion, he may have threatened his dad's life. And yeah, and he's done it in front of us all. Absolutely, absolutely. And it could be a whole bunch of different things. You know how it is when you have like a bully that you're dealing with, and all of the things that they're saying to you are kind of swirling around in your brain sometimes when it's like when you can't turn that off, that part off. And sorry, hopefully my eyes weren't watering too bad there. But it could have been just all of that stuff swirling around in his brain, but he also knew that he had to tell, and so he had to put that into perspective and, yeah, James, in fact, we've heard CP threaten a lot of people here in front of all of us, and I would think that Ellie has seen all of these videos and seen him threatening others and believes that CP could harm anyone. I would think so too, James, especially with their background and training, because we don't all have that. Some of us do. Excuse me, some of us have that, but a lot of us don't. And it's like, but we can see right through it. But then again, that's where trauma recognizes trauma, right? Because if we've been through it or we've seen it in our past, you know, maybe we've witnessed somebody, at the grocery store hurting their kid, grab them up really rough or something like that, and we just think to ourselves, "Oh my God," just anything like that, we can recognize it. And Meg says, I was one of those children who lied and said everything at home was fine, but when CPS came around, my parents weren't good, but they were my parents and I had siblings and I was way younger than Sebastian. Yeah, Meg, and that's another thing, that's a great point to bring up, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that, but it's like that's kind of how you can tell there's a lot of parental alienation going down if the kids are like so apt to like just sit there and say all these bad things about their parents, because typically kids won't do that because they're trying to preserve. And then also from a little kid's perspective, kids will internalize things, right? And because they are an extension of their parents, they automatically believe badly about themselves as well, when that kind of thing's going on. Like, maybe if I was better, maybe if I acted better, this wouldn't be happening. So they internalize it a lot more, not realizing that it's not their fault at all. So thank you for sharing that. And that's such a good point. Um, and Forrest says, in my opinion, Sebastian had a lot to tell, more than CPS or what we visibly see. Absolutely. And, the counseling sessions too. Those are another big one. Um, thanks, Rogue. Hearing the words, "they will take you away," is scary because you don't know where they will put you, so you lie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, because that's a scary thought for a little kid because they don't understand, right? They're thinking like, yeah, where am I going then? And is it worse than this? And I don't know those people. I know my folks though, and then you start thinking, like you said, they're not so bad. Yeah, those are all super important things to remember when we're examining this because, you know, I think that's another legitimate reason for Sebastian's situation, what he was going through, to kind of fall through the cracks of even all of this really nicely put together support system that the school system has. Um, you know, and then even with a father that was trying to do his best. Um, yeah, Rogue, that is so true. Researching these cases is why I no longer question the existence of evil. I mean, it's very prevalent, right? It's like you can't even turn away from it because it's just right there. You can't deny it. It's undeniable. Absolutely, Rogue. And James says, especially Sebastian, because he admitted to the abuse except on when it was actually, oh, except on when it actually took place, with telling Nancy Grace that it was like maybe 3 years ago, but never mentioned again about the most recent one. Oh yeah, and Katie even tried to lie to Nancy Grace too and said, "Oh yeah, that was years ago." And she said, no, no, I wasn't asking you. This one's to Mr. Proudfoot." And then Katie was quiet, and you know, Chris went ahead with his lies, and then Katie said, because then Nancy's like, "Well, why was he getting hit with the belt? What did he do to be disciplined or whatever?" And Katie's like, "Or lying about doing work." But he also told, Nancy, that it was because Sebastian's socially awkward at school and that he was lying about situations, getting too close to kids at school, and he didn't know when to back off and different things like that. But that's not a reason to hurt somebody. You can't beat social awkwardness out of somebody. You just can't do it. Crystal clearly. Yeah, and Meg, and those are the things that we don't even forget about. That stick with us, like, even though it happened a long time ago. But it's like you recognize it so much differently and more immediately than someone who's never been through it before, in my opinion. You can just see it right away. Hey, Adam Forever 21, I'm glad you're here. Lori says, okay, I'm out early tonight. I'm so tired. Good night, Lori. Thank you so much for being here. I have to get off early too tonight a little bit, guys, just because I'm still working on the video. You guys are going to like it. James says, that's very true, Lady Freedom, but the truth is that's not the same if she was to have a mom or dad that was still searching for her, because in my opinion, that would matter the most and mean more. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it isn't the same having all of us. It isn't. It isn't, because, like you said, and I believe that she deserves to have, her parents who she loves, who knows her best on her side. I agree. Lori says, always walking on eggshells. Oh, our poor Sebastian. And you think he's somewhere in North Carolina, huh? Forrest wants to know why you think that, Ann. And James says, and with the marks on CP's arm, I could see CP's arm holding Sebastian in a chokehold, and the instant reaction would be to try grabbing the attacker's arm, right? Like, and try to pull away, right? Or even bite. Yeah, I can see that. Like, if somebody's grabbing you from behind, the wounds and things would be like on your forearms, or like in, right in here and things like that. So absolutely. That's a great point. Yeah, and the one that lives next door, CC. Yeah, CC, I know who you're talking about, Forrest. And James says, so the marks don't have to be from biting, but could have been from Sebastian scratching and struggling and fighting for his life, which they could find CP's skin under his nails if unalived. Right. Yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, that would make sense. And that's another thing people always tell you to do when you're fighting somebody, is make sure you grab some of that, which is horrible to think about even. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, in my opinion, if Sebastian isn't here with us, his body is hid on one of the business properties. Think Chris Watts. Right. Yeah, I can see that, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I can definitely see that. And Megan says they have so many reasons as to why the belt happened. Like Sebastian forgot his belt. Whack. Right. Yeah. He forgot I said, did you have a belt on? And he said, no. And then he's like, whack. And then I got him, and then he goes to school and he tells his teacher, and that's when he starts lying about that. You're right. He told that to Smiley, right? He said that on Smiley. And then he turns around on Nancy Grace and was like, oh no, it was because Sebastian wasn't listening at school and he was coming home and lying to us. And then Katie's like, he's lying about doing work. Like, they just couldn't even get their story straight. And I think they were so nervous talking to Nancy that it was just even more so. And Town Chat Cafe says, do you think he was a relative of North Carolina or in a school for autistic kids? I'm not sure. They do have relatives in North Carolina. They do. Adam Forever 21 says, this is so sad. Like Mob Crew said tonight, he's afraid that this got handled the wrong way and they, may have gotten away with it. Yeah, I agree with that too. 100%. I think it was mishandled. And I think that they're kind of backtracking now, but it's unfortunate because they've lost so much, you just can't go back. I mean, I know they use the Pharaoh technology and things like that, but in terms of gathering physical evidence, I think they dropped the ball big time. You know, you just think he might be around there, huh, Anne? I mean, they definitely have people there. Before says, I agree, James, that they're defense marks, but Sebastian bites his fingernails. Look at them. They're short, so more like a woman's nails. Oh, I see. Like maybe Katie was defending but couldn't. I see, Forrest. Yeah. And James says, I have thoughts of being alive, but in Alaska, maybe some school where, or for special needs, and I wonder if they have been investigated or not. It would be a huge rock unturned if not. Yeah, I mean, the Alaska connection has been a strong point for a lot of people. I mean, because it's odd, you know, they're going to Alaska, and that's, you know, super far off the beaten path, right? And right after Sebastian went missing. So I can see where, you know, where that would, you know, lead you there. Um, you know, and I don't discount anything at this time because we just don't know, you know. And excuse me, and Town Chat Cafe says, I agree with Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. That is why CP doesn't want LE checking private properties when searching. That is what, in my opinion, he was really referring to. Right. I get that, Town Chat Cafe, because he was very serious about that, you know. Yeah, and you could be right about the North Carolina thing, you know, we just don't even know. James says, especially if the Sour Socks took private flight, because I'm sure that's what you go through on a regular flight is stricter than a private jet. Right, would be so to get away with more on a private plane. Yeah, because you wouldn't have to check bags and things like that. Yeah, I can see that, James. Yeah. Yeah. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, Town Chat Cafe, exactly. The water tower looks out of commission and has shiny new lock on it. Oh, interesting. The water tower, huh? Well, and what Betty was saying the other night, well, actually, I think it was last week now, what she was saying about familiar places and places that Chris is going to feel more comfortable that he knows would be places of interest to really look further into. So, yeah, I can see the water tower being something. Town Chat Cafe says, OMG, yeah, I have heard twice. Went to Puerto Rico for a short time. It's on Web Sleuths with Chloe. Yeah, and Heather P.I. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, sorry. I think I read both of those together. For some reason, it changed it up on me. Oh, there we go. OMG, yeah, I have heard twice now for two different sources to look up. That makes total sense. Thanks, Town Chat Cafe. And Forrest says, well, they not only went to Alaska, but right after Alaska, they went to Puerto Rico for a short time. And yeah, when they say that on Web Sleuths, yeah. And I think that was like a vacation, like the work trip was in Alaska for Terry's work, but then the Puerto Rico was like a vacation, or was a vacation. And James says, uh, any grandparents I have ever known would have canceled their trip to help find their grandson. Absolutely. But we know exactly how they felt about Sebastian and the names they called him and did not. Yeah. Well, and even looking at the Facebook page with no pictures of the, you know, of Sebastian whatsoever being, you know, a grandchild was super odd to me. I don't know. I would never dream of leaving a child out of any situation or making them feel horrible about themselves or unloved or unwanted. And so I can't, I just can't see that. You know, I would be proud to be like, this is my grandson, not step grandson, not Katie's, you know, not, my son's wife's child, like anything like that. It would be, this is my grandson, you know, but I just don't think that they have that kind of love in their heart. We've witnessed them, doing some pretty terrible things, and the way that they act. And then, of course, hearing like alleged witnesses, that had heard with their own two ears what they say they heard. Absolutely, you know. Town Chat Cafe says, isn't the water tower one on one of their businesses' private properties? Um, to my knowledge, yes, it is. Yeah. Carrie Star, yes. Yeah. Thanks, Carrie, for being here. And Anne says, the next time I go to Cherokee and if the kid comes in there, I will see if I can get a picture and send it. Yeah, send it into to LE, Anne. Like if you see a picture, or if you see a person that looks like Sebastian, definitely take a picture. And I mean, I would even go so far as to take a picture, be on the phone with law enforcement and say, Sebastian, hey, are you Sebastian? You know, um, I'd ask him, because I mean, Katie says that in the first interview. If you ask him his name, he knows his name. Are you Sebastian? He's gonna look. That's what she said. But then again, in this new interview with Dateline, they said don't approach Sebastian. Just take a picture and call 911 immediately. And that was from Chris. Chris didn't call 911. Mountain Mama says, I don't think the Bowerstocks give two hoots about Sebastian. I don't think so either, Mountain Mama. And it's so sad. And, I don't understand it. I don't get it. And James Cooper says, not involve him any in family fun like Disney trip. Exactly. Yes, exactly. I was waiting when I was scrolling through the pictures. I was waiting to see like all the kids in like the Mickey Mouse hats and stuff. And I was like, what's going on here? Like, how sad for her, not Sebastian. It's not his loss, it's her loss. The Disney trip they went on with their other grandchildren, which that tells me right there. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yep, it sure does. That Sebastian did not get treated fairly or as their own, and that I was also abuse, in my opinion, causing him looking through Sebastian's eyes. How would you think he felt seeing and knowing that everyone else was able to go do stuff? Exactly. And being left out. 100%. 100%. And that's really well said. I mean, he probably felt awful. It wasn't just Mom and Mr. Chris that he probably felt that didn't like him. It was, the rest of the family, so to speak, on that side. That's so sad. Town Chat Cafe says, Lady Freedom, if you can, please see if Ellie can get a warrant to check out the water tower, please, if they haven't already. Yeah, they're heartless. They're all heartless for sure. Yeah, I'll check out the water tower and see what we can figure out with that, because I definitely wrote it down and put stars next to it, because it's weird that there's a new lockup on it and things like that. And the proximity to where it is. James Cooper says, oh, sorry, I already read yours, James. Thank you for that comment too. I agree. Adam Forever 21 says, so true. So many kids are intimidated, almost makes you want a law that all homes with kids be monitored, cams with nanny cams. I know. I mean, isn't it terrible that it's like we all like our privacy, right? We all want privacy, but then again, it's kind of scary because it's like, all of these things happening behind closed doors, and these kids have no place to go, no good resources, and some of them we don't even know what's happening, until years later, and they might share something and things like that. So Anne says, I will not send Ellie, I will send it to dog. Well, and I believe that the FBI too, that would be a good place to call in tips, but it's just because it's the time is of the essence, right? Because if there's a sighting of Sebastian, that it's just super important to get it straight into law enforcement, as soon as we can. Oh, I will. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, thank you. And James Cooper says, I know how I would feel if I was in his shoes, and if even if I wasn't autistic, I knew what to do when I ran away. I would believe that possibility, but not a chance being autistic, no shoes in the middle of the night. Yeah, where he doesn't want bugs and stuff, and that was very dark, and noises he might hear would not even take the garbage out. Yeah, I agree. It makes me sad too, Gypsy Doll. And Forrest says the new interview, KP says whatever Sebastian went, he thought he was yeah, oh yes, absolutely, Forrest. The new interview, KP says wherever Sebastian went, he thought he was coming back. Yep, that she was like, oh, he's gonna come home. What does that mean? Excuse me. It's so bizarre to me as well. I don't know what she means. I don't know if he's like out there or what, wherever he is, he wants to be home. Well, I mean, we know that if somebody has him, then he wants to go home for sure. I don't know. It's so odd. Crafting in True Crime says I raised my stepchildren as my own, not step. However, my ex-husband's mom invited my stepdaughter to Disney, but current husband wouldn't let her go. He was uncomfortable. Or he wasn't comfortable with it. Yeah, and I mean, I can kind of understand where that may happen. You know what I mean? But you don't want to like treat them like they're not invited and stuff. It's just sad. Um Oh, thank you, Perfectly Imperfect. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So here's that water tower. And I'm sorry if you guys can't see it as good. And then here's the other one. It's kind of scary because it does remind me of the Watts case a lot with those oil barrels, I'll show you guys this one. This is like more of an aerial shot. So interesting. Thank you so much. My goodness. Oh, thanks, Holly S. Okay, so I see this about the post about the clothes. All right, this one is from a Clarksville chat. And I'll just kind of show you the general gist of it there. And it says, I've seen a lot of the interviews, but I miss that one. Parents definitely did something to that child. They found a trash bag full of his clothes at the landfill in Kentucky last year. I know this because I work for a trash hauling fleet that tips there, and I was there when they found it. If you hope your child is found, why would you throw his clothes away not even 2 months after he disappeared? And then the person below, excuse me, says, there were also so many witnesses stating that teachers were concerned because he often smelled, because of having accidents at school. I believe the stepdad got rid of him. A neighbor said he used to scream at Katie, the mother, to do something with your R word. Just disgusting. I hate when they say stuff like that about him. I hate that so much. It makes me so mad. How dare they? And they're the reason for his regression, in my opinion. Town Chat Cafe says, I don't know what that image is above KP's car, but OMG, it looks like an evil demon. Oh my, oh, I see it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is weird. That is really weird. I never noticed that before either. I just kind of pulled that in. I think that was from, well, that was from Chris's thumbnail. I just kind of, because I noticed he had it circled and I was like, oh, that's a good one to kind of show the window, not being rolled down looking or yelling or nothing. Crafting and True Crime says, so maybe it's something like that. Also, my son is on the spectrum and he would not go with anyone because of his anxiety problem, not even us as his parents. Yeah, I mean, and see, that's another thing that's really important to consider. So thanks for that, Crafting and True Crime. Thank you for sharing that because, children who are on the spectrum, people who are on the spectrum are very regimented and they have certain things that they like and certain ways they like things. And, you know, they're not just going to go with the flow all the time, Meg. James. James says, yeah, I would say send me to bed. Oh, yeah, I would say send me to bed chore or not. I am not gonna go out where the boogeyman might grab me. Yeah, in my opinion, if I was in the shoes he's in, yeah, or didn't have on. Right. Well, Katie says he liked to take the garbage out in his socks, and I thought that was odd that she threw that in because that was after Seth had said, he doesn't want to go out without shoes on because of the fire ants. And then Katie's like, well, he walks out and does his chore, taking the trash to the end of the driveway in socks all the time, and I have to tell him to put shoes on and things like that, says, dude, put shoes on. Um, yeah, he's an asshole saying that about Belton Sebastian. I agree, Adam Forever 21. I agree. His shoes, oh, yeah. I'm guessing, well, I'll say allegedly it's Chris's side of the family that owns that property that the water tower is located near. And Town Chat Cafe says, Meg, you don't have to in this case. I hear you telepathically. Town Chat Cafe, so true. You have to zoom in a bit, but you can see a newer lock and an old rusty lock. Oh, okay. Let me see. On the one with the ladder part. Let me see. Look. That is a rickety old water tower, too. Okay, hold on. On this one? I can't zoom in any more than. I mean, I will be able to. I can pull this into the software too and kind of make it for tomorrow that we could look. Because I'm really interested in that. Thank you so much. That's. I see something like a star with a circle around it. It does. It looks like a pentagram or something weird, doesn't it, James? Cinderella says, I don't think it's reasonable that someone carried Sebastian up the ladder. Yeah, well, it is super rickety too, Cinderella. That's true. It's very, very, and, I would think people would be, I mean, that's up there. It is way up there. It does look odd. It does, Forrest. Carrie says if you're talking about the water tower, that's the one by DG. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, thank you, Star. Or Carrie Star. And Megan L says, Carrie, I was wondering who owns the property. Oh, DG. DG. And James says, yeah, I don't believe that maybe took garbage out during the daylight, but as dark as it gets, I don't think so. Well, and that's the whole thing. I mean, all of these things that they expect us to believe that just don't make sense. None of them make sense. Meg, oh hell's bells, she's Lord have mercy. Thank you. Yes, yes. Yeah. I mean, I know. Yeah, Adam Forever 21 says, I hate even saying it because of Seth, but I feel they are too confident he won't be found, tells me too much. It is frustrating. It is. I mean, it's just kind of weird how they just gallivant around on different channels and, act like it's no big deal, and things like that. Crafting and True Crime says, how about when CP said the punishment has to fit the crime? I wonder why they don't offer what a punishment should be for those responsible for Sebastian. Amen. I mean, come on. It's just crazy. It's just absolutely insane. And, for them to be that evil, in my opinion, too. And Town Chat Cafe says, OMG, that image on top of the water tower almost matches the demon on top of the car. Oh, that is weird. That is weird. Okay, hold on. Here you go. That is so weird. Good eye, Town Chat Cafe. That is so weird. It's like, did somebody forget their Christmas decoration? It does look like a star. It's weird. So weird. Yeah, yeah. Megan L says, definitely feel that very smug and confident. Yeah. And James says, and isn't that drinking water? I would think so. Or maybe just the cooking water. It looks like a very old water. I mean, it's very rickety. Carrie Starr says he wasn't very heavy either. I wouldn't put anything past these people. I wouldn't either. And who knows? Maybe that's why, I can't believe my brain just went there. I hate that. Maybe that's why they were restricting food. These people. Cinderella says, I just think there are easier ways for them to do the job and access the ground equipment. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from too, Cinderella. I mean, it's like, you would think they would take the path of least resistance, but then again, Chris kind of strikes me as a person where he thinks he's so smart that he may have tried to do something like that, and I don't know, but his big old butt's not going to get up there, is it? How many people would be able to? Well, I don't know. He climbs stuff all the time. I don't know. Town Chat Cafe says, wasn't there a poker game? Yeah, on 224 Saturday night at Gigi's house. I believe it was Friday night. So it would have been it would have been 223 would have been the poker party on Friday night at DG's, allegedly. And Carrie says, listen to the last statement analysis done by the guy on YouTube everyone's mentioning. Okay, is that the Mike guy? I don't really know about that one. Mike D or no, sorry, Mike D. On top. James says, all we can try to do is try and make sense with the information we have that we know are the facts that has receipts for and not actions of CPs and KPs according to CP when asked how they are doing. I think you meant to say, James, I think. Ever hear of rust remover, Rogue says? Right? You ever heard of, like, power washer? Goodness sakes. Emmy Joe says, remember that thing hanging from the tree on the Blair Witch Project? Emmy Joe, I know. Good to see you, Emmy Joe. I always love having you in. My goodness. I mean, it's weird. How weird is this case? Is it going to get any, I mean, I don't even know. Rogue says, what demon, you guys? I have to go to bed when we are done and I hear demons when I walk into the room. That's okay. I was trying to go to bed the other night and Josh from the lab was using like some sort of a voice changer and I was like, I'll just put this on until I fall asleep, and then it's like the voice from Scream, and I'm like, never mind. I don't need background noise. I'm good. So, it just looks like an odd little orb or something. Maybe it's a light from the house. You guys are going to have me tripping on that picture later on. Forrest says, I don't know. They want us to believe Sebastian is no longer with us, but just because they want us to believe that, I tend to think Sebastian is somewhere alive. That makes sense for us because, at this point, it's almost like we have to use a little bit of reverse psychology or wonder if they are, So I completely understand that. That makes a lot of sense to me, Carrie, my goodness. Yeah, Mike D. So I will look. Statement, latest statement analysis. I heard he's got some good ones, but Town Chat Cafe says they could have hoisted him up there since they have all kinds of equipment. Yeah, but I was thinking that somebody would have saw it, but then again, if it's on their property and if it's pitch black, because it doesn't look like, it looks pretty secluded, like where it's situated. It's definitely pretty secluded in my opinion. At nighttime, 3 a.m, pitch black. I could see that. So, maybe so, very classy and nonchalant. I don't know. Is this big old butt? Rogue. Thank you. You're so funny. I try to be nice because I don't want everybody else to get mad. You see how bad Lady Freedom's talking about Chris? I'm like, oh. That made me laugh. Thank you. Oh my gosh, now you got me running. James says he answered living the great life. Oh Lord, he did, James. I can't, and I can't stick up for, and this is the thing, I can't stick up for him when he says these things. Then you guys remind me and I'm like, he definitely said that, it's odd. I was like, say what? Living the great life when your wife's child's missing, right? How bad that sounds, and only says one, they're not missing, or that they are not missing him and happy he's gone, in my opinion. I believe that too, James. I believe that too. And it's just their actions and their words that are showing that. It does seem like they're living their best life. And, I will say that, like, I have heard Dolly say that, like Katie and Chris are living their best life. And like the other day, I thought he was going to maybe pop up on the panel. He was definitely invited by Chris. And so I was like, if somebody was saying that about me and my child was missing or my stepchild was missing, I'd have a few words with that person, like, how dare you say I'm living my best life? Like I'm in turmoil. I don't know where my kid is, but not Chris. He's like, hey, come on up. Let's talk, buddy. Oh, you did, Emmy Joe? That's cool. That is cool. You got a shout out from in the last Mike Diamond video. Open the whole can of worms. That's awesome. That's awesome. And you always have those smart comments. I remember the one about the green hoodie. You're like, how could that be the same person if the person passed away in November? Not that it's funny that the person passed away in November, but just odd. And then law enforcement interviewed them in December, which we know that that's not the same person now, but that was that was a stellar observation. So that's cool though, Emmy Joe. That's really neat. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, yes, I woke up to that from a death sleep. That's right. You told me, yes. Yeah, no double jeopardy. That's very true. That is very true. That is so true. I have thought of that. Mountain Mama says. And Town Chat Cafe says, in all honesty, I am still looking for him to be alive, and I am searching autistic schools to see if I can find any photos of him. I think that's a great idea. I don't think we can discount that. You know what I mean? Because that was something that was actively on the table when he went missing. So, I mean, to think that, and I mean, it could explain a lot. It could explain the no urgency. It could explain why they are very nonchalant about things and, different. I mean, so um, I think that's like a positive use of time for sure in the case, because we just don't know. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, look at the email I just sent. And Town Cat Cafe, or Town Cat Chat, Town Chat. Oh boy, now I'm getting loopy here. Cafe are the same wavelength. Okay, let me see. Oh, I see. Here's a video, maybe cleaner. My theory is someone climbed up. Now this is a nicer water tower. Is there sound on it? Oh, okay. That is really a good shot too. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I wonder if I can kind of pull it into my editor and see if I can't. Sorry, there goes my air again, guys. Oh, interesting. And I don't like it when Katie says that Sebastian swims like a fish either, because it reminds me of Swimming with the Fishes kind of thing. Sopranos, it's kind of worrisome, which I get it. If you're a good swimmer, people say you swim like a fish, but now what is that little doohickey right there? Is that sorry guys, let me look really quick. Oh. like a well of some sort, or like a manhole or something. Wow. Thank you so much, Perfect Thing, Perfect Boy Mom. Wow, that is... Yeah. Yeah. So it's not a very well-traveled area on a Sunday, right? That's another good point to keep in mind, that on Sundays is less traffic and stuff. And Crafting and True Crime says, if he is out there somewhere behind or being hidden, what's their end goal? If he comes back and tells what happened to him, just food for thought. Right, I know. I see exactly what you're saying there, Crafting and True Crime. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, I don't know what they would... I don't know. It's so strange. It's just strange. I don't know what their end goal would be. I guess maybe if he's 18 years old or something, then they think they can't get in trouble, or because they're the parents, they could have, made the decision to put him there. But not if they had 50-50 custody. I mean, Seth had just as much right to say what was going on, or what would Sebastian, you know, his fate be than, his mom does. They both have that right. Um, Emmy Joe, it's like watching trained circus bears climbing a ladder. That's funny. Crafting says, Emmy Joe, you always opening the cans of worms on these streets. Girl, I don't know it. Or girl, don't I know it, Emmy Joe. Mountain Mama says, I have thought from the beginning that I wish that they had spent more time at the garbage dump. Just a gut feeling that there is something that was missed. Yeah, Mountain Mama, and if I was the police, I'd be checking their trash a lot more often. You know what I mean? I'd be trying to check them out and be like, what's going on, Forrest says, what is the new story about Sebastian wanting to look forward to agricultural school? What is that about every time there's a new interview, something new is said? I know, it's so frustrating too, because it's like, just even going back over all the old ones, it's just so difficult because it's all over the place, right? There's no rhyme or reason. They were definitely sticking to a script, in my opinion, but it still doesn't explain some of these other things that are coming out. Like they never told Dateline that Sebastian took the trash to the end of the driveway. Things like that is so odd. And James says, in my opinion, I would have arrested them just on the stuff that no normal parent that loved their child would not say or do. Exactly. And I think that they will definitely get charged with more than just hurting Sebastian, in my opinion. I think Sheriff Craddock wants to find Sebastian first. And I mean, maybe he has information that leads him to believe that he knows where he might be. So, I'm trying to keep the faith on that, but it's tough. It is really tough. Carrie Starr says, I don't think CP himself is watching all these lives. It's his posse. Notice when he pops in mad, always says his phone was blowing up telling him about it. Absolutely, Carrie. And he's like, oh, people send me clips all the time and different things like that. I agree. I think people are kind of, finding information, sending it over to him for sure. And Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, Town Chat Cafe climbers install cell tower equipment on water towers all the time. A lot of times they hoist that equipment up 150 to 200 pounds if it can be done. Yeah, that's a really good point. Absolutely. And, at the time that Sebastian went missing, it was said that he was between 113 pounds to 120 pounds. We never got a straight answer there either. But that's what it, yeah, so very easily I can see. Town Chat Cafe says Forest. Now that is a good idea. I will search those schools too. Yeah, and I mean, we can all put our heads together, that's all we can do. Tori Banks, good to see you. Tori says, I'm just going to hang out and listen, not feeling well tonight. Aw, well, I'm sorry, Tori. I'm glad you're here. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, okay. Set one to look at too. Oh, is this the one from Mike D? Thank you so much. I will let you know too. I will. I have to transform them if I want to play them on YouTube, so I have to be kind of careful just so I don't, play somebody's. Yeah, we do, Carrie. We do. We have to keep an open mind and look into every possibility. Yeah, and we can even, mark things off as we go, but it's just like we don't have any information from LE. That's so frustrating. Rogue says, look up Sumner County and see all the corruption. Google it, and you will see all sorts of corruption in Sumner County and Gallatin. All sorts of corruption, starting with DA Ray Whitley. I will look into that. I will. Because I've never looked into the DA. I really haven't, honestly. Hey, Irony Rose. Irony Rose says, yes, they have about him swimming like a fish repeatedly lately. I mean, they have. They said it in your interview, they said it in the beginning interviews, James says, because Faith does not need a man like that in her life with Nina. He realized when she left him. Oh, absolutely. Poor little Faith. And she's going to be coming for summer, I guess. He was bragging about that. Town Chat Cafe says, yeah, see that around door that could definitely open. Yes, absolutely. And put in there, so sad if they did. I would think people would notice, where does that water tower go to, I wonder? Is CP's sister married to an Amish man who looks at... I don't know. I think Cletus looks Amish too, though, because I used to live around Amish people, so... maybe a hint, he is the water tower OMG, yeah, that needs to be checked. I agree. It's a drain, I believe, for rain. Thank you, Perfectly a Perfect Boy Mom. Irony says, what did you think about what Betty said about the ammonia today and the family having access to it and what it's used for? We talked a little bit about it earlier, Irony Rose, and I didn't get a chance to see Betty's video. I need to go and check it out and see what she says about the ammonia. I did see the thumbnail and stuff. I'm not sure. Carrie Star says, yes, lady, that's why I say watch the last statement analysis done about her saying of water all the time along with CP's comments. Okay, I will. And Meg says, I have a question. Has anyone watched the documentary at Netflix called The Program? If they were looking for a boarding school, this documentary can explain the 3 AM car, flashlights, and no shoes. Okay, called The Program. The Program. I have not watched that, but I do have Netflix, so I have to go check it out. Aw, hey, Irony. The county is very fraudulent, Rogue says. And why in the heck can't America's Most Wanted producers not allowed in the Proudfoots home? I know. I thought that they moved to Gallatin anyways. I'm confused. I know. I can't believe they didn't allow them in there. I'm thinking that's a pretty good reason is because they don't hit, Sebastian's room isn't how he left it, and obviously Seth knows what it looked like because he was there that morning, and I wonder if it's something where they don't want him to be like, hey, wait a minute, you know? Oh, it's used to dissolve things. Hmm. Hey, Cammy. Cammy says, yeah, we'll get it right on the warrant like you asked for. I don't know about that warrant. That warrant was kind of weird. Um, mm. Did Kate from John and 8, blah, did John from John and Kate plus 8, she put her son in I saw a little bit about that Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom, but so Kate from John and Kate plus 8 put one of their children into a facility, right? I think I said it right that time. Yeah, Rogue, you're right. Unfortunately, if someone does not squeal, then I think this case is at a stalemate. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm worried about that too. Um, I worry about that too. And Crafting and True Crime says, I don't know if they can still get in trouble. I would think lying to LE would have no statute of limitations. I would think so too. I would think so too. Hey, KJ Mack. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. James says the corruption that I have heard about Tennessee LE is just about as close to the corruption that was going on, I believe, in Arkansas, that the LE there was running like a underground crime mob. Yeah, I can see that, James. Oh, gosh. Town Chat Cafe says, when I said that needs to be checked too, I was referring to the square manhole size thing. Yeah, that is in the ground. Yeah, you were showing us. Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe so too. I was kind of taken back to see that there. That one seems to be like more easy access, right? Carrie Star says, Irony Rose, yes, TB was arrested for it. Hey, Melly Cat. Unless he's surfing in California. James Cooper says, and it took for someone in the LE office dying from an overdose from the drugs that was coming out of their evidence locker that they all had access to by using a bar to go through a hole in the fence. Wow, no kidding, James. I didn't know about that. Aw, thank you, Mally Cat, for gifting a membership. If you got a membership from Mally Cat, make sure you say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet of you, Mally Cat. Thank you. Unlock it. Sorry. Wow, that is so crazy. I have not heard of that, you know? I have not. I have not. And Carrie Starr says, James Cooper, yes, I so wish the FBI would be allowed to come in and take over. Even the DA is listed in an article being involved in corruption. It's crazy. Oh, that's amazing. Article corruption. Very interesting on that too. Aw, thanks, Rogue. Yeah, they were talking about Arkansas forests, so they keep talking about the swimming and all the time. Yeah, swimming all the time, and CP seems more confident they will never find any evidence or proof, as they say all the time. Yeah, he does. He seems more and more confident all the time. He just goes up on these panels, and it's weird. Crafting and True Crime says the water tower could be old and not used anymore. It looks that way, right? Well, and then there was a big blue one too. See, this one looks more of like, what we would typically see like in a nicer area water tower, This one looks like an old abandoned one. you know. So I found it in online news articles. Carrie says, not sure if it was officer or office personnel. Oh, yeah. Well, you just never know. I mean, if it goes all the way to the office people, it's going to be so corrupt, you know, or it's got to be so corrupt rather. He could be in the water tower, Cammy, you know. It looks like an abandoned old one. Carrie Starr says, Forrest, I did screenshot the article and I can't remember off the top of my head which online source. And Mama says, I can't imagine the feelings Nina has to experience sending Faith to the Feets home with all the suspicions that people have about them. My heart breaks for her. Oh gosh, Mountain Mama, I just pray for her and hope that she gets through it. And, you know, yeah, I agree. Hey, Tina girl. KJ Max says, Cammy, I've always been bothered by KP saying she didn't want his face to fall to the bottom of a feed. It's such an old set of words to say while having a missing child. Or such an odd, set of words to say while having a missing child. Yeah, and she said that like, was it the third? I think it was the third interview the Only Hands interview, right? And it is odd. It is odd. And Carrie Starr says Google his name, and I think that's how it came up from another town because he's DA for the county, so he covers multiple local areas. Okay, yeah, I know. See, that's what's hard. So he's DA for all of Sumner. And I'll Google just his name. That's how I found Pennywise Doucher from Crystal's cases. I just Googled it, y'all. And Crafting and True Crime says they probably don't want us sleuthing around with the images. CP made it seem like it was for safety concerns. Yeah, because he's so worried about that, you know. He's just so worried. And okay, thanks Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. So Kate put Colin in a facility and did not tell John. He got a letter from Colin a year later, I think, asking for his dad to get him out. See, that's so crazy. I cannot believe that doesn't take 2 parental signatures. Then again, if you tell the school they're not involved, or, you know, they could probably easily get away with it. Thank you, Rogue. Carrie Starr says they are just assisting with what LE asked them to assist with, and they have to be asked to come in. That's right, and take the lead. The FBI, absolutely. Yep. Yes. Well, Cammy, I don't think dog is. No. KJ Max says crafting. Well, to be fair, the click won't be a place of safety for CP. He can't have us finding anything incriminating. That's right. That is right. Exactly. Fred, no, Cammy was not right about that one. You guys, why do you come into chats where you're going to and be disrespectful? Why? Look, if it wasn't for Dog coming in, and I think that's what really bothers people. I think that they were trying like hell. A lot of people were trying like hell to make it so that it was such a circus that nobody would want to get involved. And I think people are gnashing their teeth because, you know, we have Dog the Bounty Hunter and, you know, an intelligence agency that's helping with the case. You know, so if you don't like Dog, I mean, this is probably not the best chat for you. I respect what Dog's done in his life. Time Chat Cafe says it would, but you look at that video in the email I sent you about what X said in his video, and it will all make sense. It will blow your mind. YouTube should not allow ads during live shows, in my opinion. Yeah, I know. They do it all the time. They do it everywhere. That's true, Meg. The facilities are about money. They don't care as long as they get paid. I agree. Hey, Cassie Roku. Good to see you. Um, yeah, Carrie Starr, thank you. He brought nationwide awareness to Sebastian's case. Absolutely. Well, it's just people that are just angry because, you know, because dog didn't back down by threats, from the likes of CP and this one up here. Prove it. What a jerk. Yeah, don't go into other people's chats and act like a jerk. I mean, sit on your hands if you have to, but just, listen. And if you don't like what they say, yell at the TV like I do, but don't say anything ignorant in the chat because you are going to it's going to get removed. You know what I'm saying? I ignored it for a reason. So Town Chat Cafe says, in my opinion, the one on DG's business property is the one that needs to be checked and tested for ammonia that makes things disappear. It's definitely going to be very serious forensic investigation for sure. Oh, absolutely. I agree. I know which one I know which property you're talking about, Town Chat Cafe too. And I'll definitely check that video out. Yeah, we're grateful around here for Dog, for Nick, for Hong, all of them. All of them. I'm sorry, but they're putting out information from an intelligence agency that they come from, guys. This is not just like, you know, like amateur hour. These people are professionals. And the people that are spreading the lies on YouTube are not. I mean, they're just a regular ass person like me with a microphone. So, um, try again. Thank you. Try again. And James says, oh, I thought FBI would roll over Tennessee LE. I know doing the movies, right? Well, they do. The federal government is the highest, right? They trump everybody. But the people who have jurisdiction over Sebastian's case is Sumner County, unfortunately. Yeah, I think there should be a rule about that. I think that if you do not solve a missing child's case after a year, it needs to go straight federal. That's just my opinion. I'm not disparaging anybody, but I think Craddock has had his fair share at it, and no new information. Mm-hmm. Megan, thank you for playing a rousing game of Whack-A-Troll, Meg. Thank you. I just left it because I was like, somebody will get it, and I don't want to take away from, because, I'm about to hop off here. I want to get all your guys' real, good comments. I want to make sure we highlight those, and then thank you, Meg, for being for playing Whack-A-Troll over there. Because those people, they just try to stir the pot. Funny how we start talking about something that may lead us to, I mean, it's funny when they come in here. Yep. Anytime you talk even speculatively about, is that a word? About Chris's family, you start getting a whole bunch of trolls coming in here. You know what I mean? It's just like clockwork. Like, here they come. They think they're smooth or original, but they're not, Carrie says, and Dog wanted U.S. Marshals in the hunt for Sebastian, but Ellie refused to allow them to help. Yep, sure did. Why so, if anyone is to blame, is local Ellie, not Dog. Amen, Carrie Starr. I don't want to, I don't like to jeopardize a relationship or anything like that, or, get up here and bash anybody who, didn't have anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, like law enforcement, right? I hope so. But honestly, at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Hey, Rhonda Rodriguez, good to see you. We respect Dog. That's right, Irony. Get over it. We do not respect what CP and KP have said and done, so move on if you cannot, behave like a grown-ass man. Yeah, exactly. Gypsy doll. Anyone who is searching for the real truth, support. Absolutely, Cassie. And I mean, that's the thing. It's just trolling behavior. Like, they never come out to say anything productive. It's always, rude, and then they have someone to back them up. So hello in the bushes. Nice to see all of you. I'm glad that you're joining us. But if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. Carrie says, yes, we need some law changes for sure. Tennessee has a long list of still missing children and people. Yeah, and I mean, at this point, it almost seems like an ego thing to me. Unless they have something really solid that they're sinking their teeth into, it's got to be an ego thing. Like, no, we're going to be the ones to solve it, nobody else. Like, kind of thing. How you doing? How you doing? Good to see you. Meg says, Gypsy Doll, I just didn't want anyone pointing the finger at all you good moths. Let them know it was me. Meg. That's funny. I'll never get mad at you guys. And that's the thing. If people are, being rude, everybody has a bad day, right? And there might be something that I say that somebody like really gets pissed off and, wants to say something. And if they do, but if you come to me and say, I got blocked or whatever, I'll always check it out, but I'm never going to be mad at the mods. No, you guys are awesome. I appreciate all of you guys, because God only knows we need them for times like these. Yeah, we do need to petition, Carrie. That's very true. If Craddock didn't put child abuse charges at least on Chris, he would be endangering the life of CP's daughter. I agree with that, Carla. I mean, that is logically, that makes sense to me as well. Yeah, because, yeah, absolutely. Because that's when Faith, so they're saying that they would hurt Sebastian, but not Faith. And James says, wow, that sex lady, it didn't make any sense, but then again, what Shirley does in this case for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Irony. Hey, Rebecca, good to see you. Carrie says, why refuse extra help in a search for a missing child, especially U.S. Marshals, unless you're hiding something? Doesn't make sense why they are shutting out FBI and Marshals in direct investigation. I agree. It's got to be some kind of like an ego thing, where I think it seems to me like they might have been, maybe they're trying to make up for what they've done. And so they think that if they solve the case, then that can be forgiven for them not treating it like a crime like they should have to begin with, and not a runaway. Or, in my opinion, they should have been making sure that they were exhausting every option instead of just going down one path and not looking in any other direction. Because I certainly think that that's what they did. We're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. There is no foul play. So it's awful. Forrest says, exactly, here they come. Yeah. Carla says that's why CP got to have his daughter last summer. Judge said they were no longer charges or convictions against CP, so his daughter had to go to her dad's. Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. So scary, poor Nina. I mean, I can't imagine what she has to feel like. Because I don't even know if I would I don't even know if I would allow, or if I'd throw a huge fit. I don't even know what I would do. I really don't. I just can't even say, but it's just like, I'd be mighty ticked off. Manners are free. I am too, Bear. Good to see you. That is for sure. I'd be so ticked off. I just don't see how the New Mexico courts can allow that. I'd really like to get a better understanding of that. Maybe I could try to see who I can get a hold of about that. KJ Max says, I'm here to speculate about the people who were with Sebastian the last weekend and those who had access to the house. Speculation will occur based on patterns we see. Absolutely. And like, logical speculation is definitely smart, but when you have all these people just come in and bashing other people, it's like, well, what did Dog the Bounty Hunter ever do to you? I would like to really know that. Maybe Maybe next time we see a dog troll, we'll be like, what did dog ever do to you? And Irony says, Carrie, I am so sorry, Carrie, I am so worried for Nina and what she's going through, and things have changed around there so much since last year. Yeah, they really have. And it's just scary thought knowing that poor Faith has to go there. You know, I can't imagine that she feels safe or loved or anything around Katie, because, you know, Katie doesn't like her mother. She's seen Katie filming her mother and laughing at her mother and things like that. So no, I don't think Faith feels safe or likes Katie. I don't think so. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but if I was a little girl and someone treated my mother that way, I'm going to tell you right now that I would not like that lady, and I'd want nothing to do with her. Not a dang thing to do with her. And Meg says, Carla, the papers that CP's lawyer submitted to the court stated CP was cleared. That was a lie. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. And I have that paper somewhere, or like a screenshot of it. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, Lady Freedom, the blue tower was just a Google image showing a cell phone tower equipment on the top. Oh, I got you. Thank you. I don't want you to think I was misleading or sent you random images. No, you're good, girl. I just was wondering. I was like, so is this like the new water tower? Thank you for clarifying. Because I was like, is this a new one, or is it, you know, because that could have been like the old, you know, decommissioned one or something like that. And James says, Carrie Starr for sure. And also whatever happened about President Trump saying what he did about helping finding Sebastian. Because I do remember when he was elected, he brought up Sebastian's case. And he was, hey, Rebecca, to get involved after the election. Yeah, he did. He did. And I wonder if he remembers about that. He sure did. I was thinking that maybe he might just come out and briefly speak on it again. Maybe that's all he was going to do, you know, was just that. Almost that time of year again. Oh, LE needs to be responsible and know if they need fresh eyes for a case. Leave the egos at the door. Amen, Rebecca. I agree. That's one of the only reasons I can think logically why they're not handing it over to FBI and just saying, you know, we gave it our all we could. Even looking at the search areas, I mean, they exhausted many resources, right? I mean, I'm not saying they didn't. I'm not saying they didn't try. I just think that they mishandled it in the beginning, and that caused, you know, issues later on. But that doesn't mean that you know, they can't just, you know, concede that point and give it over to, you know, a bigger organization. So that's really well said. And Carla says, Megs, I pray that Seth helps her and then gets a paper signed by Ellie to clear that lie up. I would hope so. You know, I mean, June's still a little bit further down the line, so hopefully something changes. James, I believe Trump is involved already. When he says something, it happens. I agree. Forrest. I really do. I have faith in that. Carrie says, I'm so, in my opinion, I started to get a gut feeling Ellie is stringing along Seth to keep the peace when they are no closer than day one to an arrest. I'm praying I'm wrong, but I see I see red flags all over. Yeah, I can't, I would be lying to you guys if I didn't agree with that comment, Carrie. Cassie Roku. Ding, 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 ding. Funny how they are no longer saying no foul play in the Dateline interview. Craddock's email to Dateline. Like I said, yeah. Irony Rose says, well, the spotlight will really be on Sumner County even more so after America's Most Wanted airs. That's a good thing in my opinion. I agree. And, you know, especially because John Walsh has so many resources that he's probably offering the family. You know, even I'm not even going to say that he's only offering you know, resources to Seth. But, you know, when he realizes that Sumner County just doesn't want to give up the case, I wonder what John Walsh thinks of that, you know? Yeah, Meg says, Carla, I hope so also. He can help protect her from going missing. Absolutely. You know, or something bad happening to her, or her just being scared out of her little wits being there in that house, knowing that her big brother's not there. You know, for all we know, I mean, in my opinion, and from what we've been told, you know, by her own mother, by Nina, you know, she looked up to Sebastian. She loved him very much, and she maybe even to the point where she felt safe. Right? That's her big brother. So him not being around, God, that's got to be scary for her. I can't imagine having to be alone in the house with those two. Awful. Carla says, well, the court should be aware of 5 CPS reports in less than a year. Yep, that should be. And I think it was a little over a year. I think it was like just a tad bit over a year. But yes, that should speak volumes to not let his daughter come and be around him. Right, or be alone with Katie. Let's just face it. He wasn't even with the majority of the time that, to my knowledge, that Katie had with Chris's daughter, because he was at work, right? He was still working, and so the majority of time that she spent there was with Katie, not with Chris. You know, first of all, in my opinion, allegedly, from what I've seen. Which that is truly bad, because in other states, the parents are the first ones to get looked at really close when their child comes up missing. Yeah, and in my opinion, the parents also ends up being the guilty party. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. You know, Carrie says that is hopeful. I noticed that they talk truth and resolution this time. Makes me hope that they are truly close to an arrest of some kind. Absolutely. Eric Craddock himself, they quoted him from an email that he wrote in to them. He didn't, you know, take the time to talk with them, but he did respond back to the email, and he said that they are looking for justice and the truth. And he said he would not comment if there's any foul play or persons of interest, but he said they're looking for justice and the truth. Do you think if Craddock still was operating under the assumption that Sebastian just walked off, like the Proudfeets are still, according to their interview, that he would have said that Sebastian needs justice and truth? I don't think so. Yeah, Cassie, you know, that was one little piece that I was kind of saving, but I don't even mind talking about it since you brought it up, because I noticed that too, and I noticed his verbiage this time. Cassie says, why would America's Most Wanted do a story on a runaway, who is not in danger? Amen. Exactly. Another one for Cassie. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, it was Carrie Starr says, yes, it was anything that shines a big flashlight bright light on Sumner County. Right. Absolutely. Oh, no worries, Town Chat Cafe. Meg says, I still can't believe that the feet didn't let America's Most Wanted in their house. I know. I can't believe that either. And I can't believe, like, they haven't been swarmed like, because of it. You know what I mean? Like, what's in the house that they won't let them in? Hey, Vic. Hey, C-Star. C-Star says he would have the FBI or DOJ look into it, in my opinion. Right. Yeah. Federal Bureau of Investigations or the Department of Justice. I would think so. I think that he needs to. I think we're at that point, you know. Yeah, true, James. And that is just about 80% to 100% that a parent or step parent was behind the disappearance of the child. Absolutely. I mean, he's in danger. America's Most Wanted only do a story if he's in danger. Right. Yeah. And Forrest says, yeah, I agree. Yeah, that makes total sense. Hey, Tracy, good to see you, hon. And Carla says, Carrie Starr, that is my Thoughts exactly, except I feel like Craddock wanted dog out from under his nose and started talks with Seth to get him to have dog back up off some. I don't trust them. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, that's Terry. Prove it. Prove it. That's Terry. So- Cassie Roku says someone is going to be, or someone is going to be America's Most Wanted, and the ladies might come forward from dating sites. Oh my gosh. They're going to be like, holy cow. Like, there's going to be women calling into the tip line. I dated Chris. I dated Chris. Oh no. Allegedly, of course. Um, Goodness. Rebecca says, did LE interview for America's Most Wanted also? I don't think we got a definitive answer on that. I don't know. I'm sure like they tried to reach out. I'm sure they got the same treatment Dateline did. An email, And Carrie says, I agree. Just pray FBI is looking into Sumner County on the down low. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Cash was in Tennessee. That's right. That's so true, Carrie. That is so true. Mm-hmm. Yep. See, Crafting, that was an older video, and I thought it was because I don't remember ever seeing that she did that. But apparently that wasn't from this year. That was from last year before she went to visit last summer. So unfortunately, I think she needs to initiate another one, in my opinion. But I don't know what her, the family court system will eat up your money quicker than anybody ever will. Faster than that little, the Walmart cash thing takes your money. Those lawyers will eat that money up quicker than than anybody. Tracy says KP is now getting karma. How does it feel, Kay, for all the wrong you did to Nina and Faith? Laughing, filming. Now the world is filming you. That I agree. I agree with that. Cash Patel is the FBI, is the new director for the FBI that Trump appointed. Thank you, Crafting. There we go. I always give the long answer. And the deputy director is a great guy too. Oh, okay. Good to hear. America's Most Wanted are not going to film them if they didn't think something. America's Most Wanted are so choosy with families. They want all families, but America's Most Wanted will bring out so many other victims of CP, his weird family, possibly even KP. You never know what they're going to do. I mean, I'm interested to see it. I really am. I'm interested to see it. TB is a buffoon. He is. Look at him. Prove it. Freaking jerk. Oh my gosh, hilarious. If CP shows his face, maybe he's afraid too. Oh my gosh. Well, I mean, I'd be shaking if I had something to do with my child's disappearance and I had to talk to John Walsh, I'd be shaking in my boots. I'd be shaking in my knickers. And Irony says, and then there's all those people from KP's family that have SEX records, and they'll be talking about it going on America's Most Wanted. Yeah, and we never made it. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Those are the things they're going to look into, whether they like it or not. I mean, I understand that just because somebody in your family does something wrong, that doesn't mean that you're wrong, right? That you didn't do it, they did. But in the same way, it's going to be something that they're going to look into, in my opinion, because I mean, it shows that there's kind of some stuff going on in the family that could possibly, have led to Sebastian's disappearance. CPKP, are they allowing America's Most Wanted They're only hands. Right, Tracy? We're too emotional to show our faces. Oh, I love that Caitlin Miller put that disclaimer. I love that. I still have the screenshot from that. I'm like, you know what? Too emotional, my butt. How come you're not over there wiping off tears or anything? No, you're just stroking Chris's arm. Crafting says, I wonder, or Forrest, I wonder if it was from the same hotel they thought they spotted Sebastian. See, I thought that was all debunked. See, I thought that was all, well, not debunked, but checked out, followed through on. And James says, and in my opinion, I believe that Ellie has enough on them to make arrest, and truly wonder what the real holdup is, because what they had on his dad with missing little girl, they have way more on the Proudfoots, in my opinion. Yeah, I think Craddock is holding the case back, in my opinion. And then also, he's waiting to find Sebastian. He seems a little bit overly confident, in my opinion, that he's going to find Sebastian first, and that's what he's waiting for. But and that's just kind of what I'm gathering. And I could be wrong, but I just, I don't know. It makes me wonder. Because it seems to me that based on his verbiage that he's waiting to, I don't know. He's waiting to find Sebastian, but what evidence do you have if you're saying you don't have any evidence that he even left the house? So I don't know. It's confusing as heck. Cassie Roku says Kathy Bowersox made a statement before to Nina that she should get the police footage from the day at the police station. Would love for someone to get a FOIA on it. Oh, I know. And that's the thing that sucks about Tennessee. Unfortunately, if you're not a resident, you can't file for a FOIA, which is weird because it's a federal, FOIA is federal. It's not on a state level. So I don't know how a state could put a stipulation on a federal, on the Freedom of Information Act. You know what I mean? That's curious to me, Yeah, Carla says, James, many arrests have been made and they got murder convictions without a body. 80% in Tennessee was the last number that I saw. Their DA, they specialize in that, so it can be done. Amen. They certainly could. They certainly could. Hey, Casey, good to see you. Going to sleep. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I know I got to get off here and get this video cracking too. Carrie says the rumor was he was in a house behind the hotel. Someone said not in the actual hotel, in the car parked there. Oh, I see, Carrie. Okay. See, I didn't hear that. I did not hear that. And Crafting says, Lady Freedom, I know they didn't find Sebastian, but there was talks of a tea ring in that hotel. Okay. That makes sense too. I see. Yeah. So the house behind and a tea ring. Well, Dog brought up the tea ring too. That was the Motel 6, right? And then a tea ring. Tracy says, in my opinion, reason for zero arrests. This is too big. They don't want to bring the little fish in. They want them all gathering, and then Hook will come out and grab them all. Yeah, I can see that, right? Yeah, I can see that, Tracy. And I hope so too, Gypsy Doll. That's true. Yeah, exactly. Carrie Starr, then the FBI came and busted that area. Yeah, and see, that's the good part about calling in tips, because, even if it doesn't turn out to be something pertaining to Sebastian, it could save a lot of other kids' lives. And something that Dog said that was really interesting to me, and it's always stuck with me. And we played it a couple weeks ago, even on the show. But when he was talking about how some of these survivors that they're rescuing from the tea rings, if they show Sebastian's picture to those children, that maybe they can help locate Sebastian as well, because maybe they've seen him around. which that's always really stuck with me. And I'm also working on some more stuff with that Yellow Jacket, guys. Don't think I forgot about that man, because I haven't. He's got a permanent vacation, an Airbnb in my brain, trust. And I haven't forgot about him. And Adam Forever 21 says, totally agree, stringing Seth, because they know that they dropped the ball. The thought has crossed my mind, and I actually said it out loud today, and I'm surprised that you guys have said it today. Hey, Seth, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. And Meg says, Tracy, I agree. It's not going to be a little one person. It's going to be a big shebang. Yeah, absolutely. And, that's another thing. We just don't know what kind of case they're building, and it does take time, and it does take, analysis and that sort of thing. So I Am Two Bear says the same way the same way states can legalize pot, but it's not a federally legal. Oh, that's a good comparison. I Am Two Bear, right? Yeah. So like wacky tobacco, like certain states it's legal, certain states it is medical, some of it's recreational, da 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 da. So yeah, that's a really great point. But like federally, it's not recognized. Yeah, thanks, I Am Two Bear. I didn't even think of that. So, thanks for showing love in here, guys. James says it was him with his mom at some special school. Who knows? Maybe it was a place in Alaska that this video was taken at. Because another video they showed was with them on some fishing boat that looked like, oh yeah, James, that was when he was little. The deep sea fishing trip that they went on, that Chris said that he paid for, and he was bragging about how he paid for it and how they had so much fun that he paid for another round. I hate when people do that. If you're going to pay, you don't have to like announce it a million times that you paid. Adam Forever 21 says, handed over already a year. Mr. Walsh will chew it up too. I'm hoping so, Adam Forever 21. Oh my gosh, I'm really hoping so. Because, if anybody's going to see through that crap, it's going to be him. Town Chat Cafe says, sorry, I had to step away for a few minutes. Oh, no worries. No worries. I'm glad you're here. Question about the FBI poster, if you can share it or not. First, I don't know if you responded about the question. FBI, did you send me another email? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. No, Town Chat Cafe. Unfortunately, I do not know. I do not think so. And I don't know how old this kiddo is, so I don't want to show him up here. No, that's definitely not Sebastian. No. Mm-mm. He's a cute kid, though. That one is. Both of them are. But no. Mm-mm. Unfortunately. Aw, thanks, Vic. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Oh, that was a good one, Cassie, the one with Sebastian's freckles. Yeah, that was a good one. See, and I was silly. I called them moles, but, that's kind of what I call them in, or a birthmark or something like that. But freckles is probably too. Carrie Starr says, yes, they rescued survivors should be shown pictures of all local missing children, or at least the ones in that state. Yeah, absolutely. But then, Dog was saying, sorry, guys, I didn't finish my thought on that one. I'm glad you brought it up again, Carrie. But then again, Dog's like, the TBI are the ones that are rescuing the kids, and so they would have to be the ones that maybe do that and show the picture. So very interesting, how they would have to do that. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, regarding T-Ring, look up Emma Ray Gervasi case. It's an awesome story, but makes you wonder if you go there with that theory. Right. It's like, yeah, I understand. So Emma Ray. It's a pretty name, Gervasi. Aw, thanks, Irony. I try to, Irony. I try to. I hate, I'm a big believer in free speech. Thank you so much, though. That's so kind of you. Um, I'm a big believer in free speech, but I just can't stand when people say rude stuff. Like, it's just like, it doesn't fall under the mean speech, right? In the hate speech. It's just my opinion. For somebody that's done as much good as Dog has done, I just, no. But thank you, Irony. I appreciate that. Um, Tracy Kramer says yellow jacket, pink jumper lady. In my opinion, definitely knew each other. Those little signals. Yellow jacket guy came out exact same time Sebastian came out. Even opened the door for them. That was weird, Tracy. And he didn't get anything. You know what I mean? Like, what was he doing creeping around there? What were all of those people doing creeping around a restaurant like that? Like, I've never seen a busy restaurant like that have so many people creeping around it. Like, I get it's like a very busy area, right? There's like a Sam's over there. There's like a whole bunch of shopping and different things in the area. But yeah, I don't know. The whole video was odd. It was just really odd, and especially when you start looking at other aspects of the video. Like, say the subject of the video isn't Sebastian and Katie. If you start looking around the restaurant, you start noticing like a lot of weird characters, in my opinion. I mean, I could be wrong, but it's just very odd to me. And I've worked in restaurants, I've worked at bars. I understand people come and go, but usually when somebody goes into a restaurant, they'll sit down and have a drink. Some people don't drink and they'll have a Coke, or a Sprite or whatever. But like, there was just too many people there. And also it bothers me because Sebastian didn't like to eat at the Texas Roadhouse, in my opinion. According to Chris, from what he said, wasn't his favorite place. And then they go there for some reason. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know. I always let my daughter pick where she wants to go when we go out to eat. I've always done that. Like, well, where do you want to go? Or maybe we might pick together, but it's always going to be something both of us really want. It's not going to be something I only want or she, well, if she only wants it, that's a different story. But I mean, because I'll deal with it. But when you're trying to take someone out for a special mom-daughter day or some mom-son day, then you let them choose. I wondered at Texas Roadhouse when KP went to hear Car Green Hoodie. She handed her something. I wondered, I think so. I wondered if it were an Apple Watch. As KP says, the watch went poof. Yeah, Tracy, that's a good point. It could have very well been it was something. It was something. It was like, because we were all speculating that maybe it was a key, but it looks like it was something like shiny to me. So that's why I was always thinking it was a key. But then again, I was, people were saying maybe it was a rug deal or something, but I don't know. Katie, and this is just my opinion, guys, and I'm not trying to like, we all come in different shapes and sizes, and stuff like that. And you could exercise and, all that. There's all kinds of ways that people can lose or gain, right? But in the beginning, Katie looked very healthy, in my opinion, right? She wasn't extremely thin. It's not like she was gaunt or anything like that. She didn't look, in my opinion, to be somebody that was, a rug user, in my opinion, because lots of times when you're doing those kinds of things, it'll make you real thin or real bloated. But then again, I don't know. I don't know. She just she didn't come off as like a rug addict to me. Do I think that she took something before the Nancy Grace interview? Heck yeah. Yeah, I think she was sedated in that. That's just my opinion, and I'm not trying to be mean. If I was going through something like that too, I might take something to help my anxiety for sure, but I don't know. Tracy says, why KP drove to the school but the bus was around the house. Wouldn't you stop the bus if you thought Sebastian went to the school? Yeah. Though he never did that before. Building alibis, in my opinion. Yeah, Tracy, and we talked about this earlier. It's weird because even though that bus in the picture up there is the 622 bus, right? It was still driving through the neighborhood at the same time Katie was trying to find Sebastian, right? So you would think I would have ran up to the bus stop and I would have said, "Oh, hold on. Is my son in there? You know, did he get on the wrong bus? I can't find him. You know, by the way, did you see him walking around? You know, tell him what, Sebastian looks like and all of that." And then they have radios and stuff where they could radio the school and let them know, "Hey, we have a kid who we're not sure what's going on, might have got on a wrong bus, da, 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 da." I mean, there's so many things. So I agree. Very odd. And I mean, we can see her window right there. It's clearly both windows are rolled up. There's no windows down hollering out. Sebastian, where are you? And that's what a mother would do. That's what a father would do. That's what Seth was doing. Trying to find. Good night, Vic. Good night. Mountain Mama says, if there was nothing to the Texas Roadhouse video, then why did KP and SF rush there and demand the video when they found out? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, where did they get the 4 stills to put out first? Because they put the 4 stills out first, Um, and Meg says, Sebastian stopped short when he saw whoever was between the KP's car. Yeah, as if he didn't like the person and wasn't expecting to see that person, in my opinion. Absolutely. And I will never change my view on that, because even the trajectory of where they were walking changed, right? They come out the door and they're walking in a different direction, and then Katie redirects Sebastian. So there's like an ashtray, right? Like for outside, the big stationary ones. And he was walking in between of that first, but then he goes around a bit and goes to the other vehicle. Now, granted, there was a vehicle that looked very similar to hers in color and everything. But absolutely, he does not take his eyes off of his mom. And in my opinion, Sebastian was very, what's the word that I use that I can't find right now? He was like attentive over his mom, right? He was very much like in tune with what she was wanting from him, right? Like just the way that he walked nicely in with her. And, yeah, that still bothers me too, Meg. That still bothers me a lot. He watched that person like a hawk, and he did not like seeing that person. Whoever that person was either made him feel uncomfortable, or someone he recognized that he didn't want around his mom, that he was watching to make sure that nothing was happening with his mom. And sorry guys, my air went back on. And Carrie says, I'm not sure, but when KP pulls the guy standing against the concrete pillar with his leg across behind him, looks exactly like CP in the motorcycle shop picture. I saw another picture. Well, it was when I was pulling in people from around the bar area, and there is a guy that resembles Chris very, very, it's an uncanny resemblance. I'll just say that. I'll have to watch 11/11 Forest. I like that one. I do like that one. And James says, I just know when he walked by what looked like an office front desk and looked back at the people sitting behind the counter, it sure looked exactly like him. Yeah, I agree. Tracy says she never stopped, no shouting, and that was Seth. That's what Seth did and does. Yeah. It's what a frantic parent would do. But KP, that was instructed by CP, in my opinion, knew cops would look at cameras, etc. to show. Yeah. that she was looking. Well, and that's the thing. I mean, there was no urgency. There was no panic. There was no freak, it wasn't like she was, freaking out or worried, and that's what anybody would do. I mean, it's just like if you're looking for someone, there's certain things that you do when you're looking for them, right? Um, yeah, alert and protective. Thank you, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. That's the one I wanted. Protective of his mother. Yes. Like a good boy is. You know what I mean? Like little girls, they're fond of their dads. Little boys, they want to protect their mom. It's like, yeah. Um, the cross legs guy in CP's exact. Yeah. And I did see that on Shay because she had a good comparison. Irony says maybe Ellie is looking like they are blowing everything off as they vetted over things are going on the clue about prayerfully. Yeah, and maybe law enforcement is looking at all that, and some things are going to. Oh, they're going on that we have no clue about prayerfully. Yeah, I agree, Irony. I think there is a lot of that. That's why I try to rein in my frustration a lot of times too, because I mean, I understand that there's things that they're not going to tell us, and and that sort of thing. But I'm just hoping that we can get someone to crack it soon. Exactly, Forrest. His Sebastian's senses were on guard at Texas Roadhouse. Exactly. Megan else says homework. Watch the program on Netflix. I'm all over it. I gotta finish this video though before it's like, oh gosh, you guys, if you ever try to do a comparison video on the Proud Feet, you might be a glutton for punishment, because I'm telling you, with the way. And this is what I was saying the other day. If there were, if I was to look back at their statements and find more consistencies than inconsistencies, I might be, on the fence about this stuff. But when I go back and I'm trying to piece their stories together of what all they've said, it's very difficult because it starts getting wacky. And I'm going to show you where it starts getting wacky. Trust me, there is a method to this madness. I'm telling you, I'm working really hard on this. But it's just taken me forever. And I was so glad that Chris was, had put this out, because I think it's important to talk about, and just the schools. The schools look like really good schools, so absolutely, Carrie, that's a good point. Data does take a long time to get from companies, and it does take a long time to sort through, especially with so many people possibly involved. And I agree. I think it's more than, I think it's the entire Foot Clan. Tracy, thank you for saying that. I just wanted to say thank you to Seth for showing his personal photos, memories with the world. Yeah, and allowing the America's Most Wanted to do their job. Amen. It's not just, it's got to be difficult for him, but he does this for his son. Absolutely. Absolutely. I know, Forrest. I think Sebastian knew something wasn't right too. Just by the way he was watching. I mean, he was watching like, you better not do nothing to my mom, is the way that he looked. He looked like he was protecting her. Or making sure that he was assessing the situation. We'll just put it that way. And he was watching. Yeah. Thank you, Irony. At the end of the day, we're all praying and hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst. We all are really just want Sebastian home, safe and sound with his dad. I agree. Yeah. And going over the latest statements is not easy either, because it does make you want to prepare for the worst. Well, guys, I better get off of here so I can work more on that video. And then Meg just gave me more to do because I have to watch something called, what is it? The program, Meg? I wrote my homework down. I don't know though. My dog might eat my homework though, Meg. No, I'm just kidding. I look forward to seeing it. I'm pretty sure you guys were talking about that doc in a different live that we did. But thank you all so much for discussing this and thinking this through with me. I think it's important, I think it's important um, to analyze the events, right? To go back and analyze these events, right? What happened the night before? What happened that weekend? I even back the whole weekend, right? Because we're still unsure about this poker party. I don't like the sounds of it. No, I'm just kidding. It's just poker, right? I've played poker at my friends' houses too. I used to love playing Hold'em. But it's something beyond that. You know what I mean? Looking at that whole entire weekend. Um, looking at that night, right? That particular day, the night, and into the morning, and then into the search. I think it's important. Aw, thanks, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. I'm so thankful that you sent me that water tower, because that's another thing that got me thinking. Tracy says, made me cry, but we are Sebastian's army, and we need to bring the focus back. Yes, and get this gorgeous young man back to where he belongs with his dad, and for the world to see justice. That's right. And I will say that for Craddock, guys, he's changed his verbiage around, and he said justice and truth. Justice and truth. So we need to, focus on that too, it's a good focus. It's positive focus. Tracy, the world has fallen in love with Sebastian, and that love is forever until he's found and he's home. Amen. That's right. Forrest, Forrest, can I read your clip? Can you take notes and I'll read your clip notes? No, I'm just teasing. Can I look off your paper, Forrest? Meg says, I think your view might change after watching it, then seeing how CP and KP conduct themselves. They act as if they know where he is and aren't worried, in my opinion. Ooh, now you got me intrigued. So it's kind of like, I gotcha. Okay, because I remember your comment from earlier. Okay. All right, guys. Well, the program on Netflix, Be There or Be Square. You might not know what the topic of conversation is tomorrow night. No, I'm just kidding. You might not know what we're talking about tomorrow if you don't watch it, Forrest. Thank you. You guys are so awesome. Time Chat Cafe says, like I have been saying, Luke 8:17 NLT. It's on the bottom of the poster. Or look it up. Yes, I do remember. Here, let me read it. I think that's a good way to close the show. So thank you so much. Let me get... a little bit down more. I do believe... Oh, of course, when I go off there. My darn air conditioner. I look through all my crazy email. There we go. Well, I thought I saved a copy on this phone. Oh yeah, there it is. I was like, I know I saved it. So Luke 8:17 says, for all that is secret will eventually be brought into the open, and everything that is concealed will be brought to light and made known to all. And this is the one I have on my Facebook page, but this is the one that you're welcome. Thank you. Good night, Anne. Thank you for being here. This is the one that Town Chat Cafe made for Sebastian. Oh, come on. Don't do that now. And it's really beautiful. It's green with hearts. I just love it. And I changed my Facebook photo to it because I thought it was just beautiful and really well done. And I think it is on my community wall. But yeah, it's beautiful. And that quote is wonderful too. Well, it's scripture. But yeah. And it's updated, age 16, was 15 when he went missing, gives to Sebastian's, male, white, hair, brown eyes, 5'5", 120 pounds. His NCMEC number, missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee, Sumner County. And it also gives the Amber Alert information, gives all of the information for Sumner County Sheriff's Office, TBI. Just wonderful. Really beautiful job on that too. So thank you so much, Town Chat Cafe. And yeah, we're going to end with that, guys. We're going to end with that because that is, that's above all of us, So thank you so much for being here. Thanks, C-Star. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Seth, for being here. If you're still in here, we're praying for you. We love Sebastian. We're not going to stop. So I know, Meg, isn't it cute? Isn't it? She did such a good job. It's beautiful. Very, very much from the heart. Yes. Amen. Thank you all. Thank you so much. You all have a great night.